Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Zagard-tastic stream. It is I, your friend, the one, the only Z, a single Zagard, and I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, noon, night, evening, whatever time it is for you today. Welcome back to the Dragon's Den, my friends, and it is another wonderful, beautiful, magical Mondays here in the Dragon's Den. How are you all doing? I hope you're all having a wonderful time. And I forgot to turn on the light to the side there. Let's do that. Bada bing, bada boom. How are y'all doing? What just fell? I'll fix that later. How's everybody's weekends? What's everybody been up to? Lily, thank you for subscribing again. It means a lot to see another subscription. Hello, Crimson Sparta. Thank you for the 52 months in a row. He's wearing the thing. I'm wearing the thing. I'm gonna try and wear this in as many streams as possible for 2026. That's my goal for 2026. That's one of my goals. My other goal is to make more content again. That's always a goal. Make more content, get more videos out, to get more revenue in, to make more videos, to blah, 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 blah. Another goal is don't get sick as much. Holy heck, I kept getting sick. Like, we got sick last September. You guys remember that? And then I got sick 2 weeks ago, and it killed my throat for 2 weeks. Like, I was sick for 4 days. For 4 days, I was sick. But then I couldn't talk more than, like, like, I still have a cough. But when I talk, it would come out like this, and it would hurt a whole bunch. It was not good. It was really bad. But we're better now. Okay, we're better. I feel you, man. I was fighting a throat infection last week. I remember you were telling me about that. And I was telling you guys about what's coming up this Wednesday. If you know, you know. If you don't know, go check out the posts on YouTube. It should be very revealing. Why is this not playing? There we go. Now we have some chill background music. Chilling it up. But we have another thing. So, if you saw the thumbnail for today's stream, I'm gonna... There we go. If you saw the thumbnail for today's stream, you know, there are 3 things that came out over the winter break. Well, one thing came out only a few days ago, but the other 2 came over the winter break, and I haven't seen them until now. And those are Avatar, Fires and Ash, Zootopia 2, and the latest One Piece chapter 1171 has come out, and I'm pretty sure the Viz translation came out already. So anybody who's waiting for that, you don't have the right to say you're waiting anymore. But I will still do the new thing. We have a new spoiler graphic. Look at that, chat. Look at that. I made this so that way you know when spoilerinos are happening. So right now we're gonna be going headfirst into some spoilers for, let's go with Zootopia 2 first, because that's the one I have set up, and I saw it last night, so it's fresh right in the noggin. The noggin is like, I just saw it. So for Zootopia, if anybody who saw the first one, you can kind of tell where this one is going to go. It's a typical Disney film. Like, you know, we all got to come together, got to be friends. There's a villain. We stop the villain. And one of the problems with Zootopia when it first came out is that there's a twist villain. And I'm not gonna... so I'm not... We'll just go through the trailer. So basically what's happening is there's this centennial celebration, 100 years of the Zootopia city existing, and they're celebrating it and celebrating the guy who created the weather walls. The reason Zootopia can exist, and this is a nice expansion of lore, is that there are walls around the city that can control the weather. So that way, if you're like, let's say you're a Arctic creature, you know, they have a section that's set for Arctic creatures. If you're a desert creature, they have an area set for desert creatures. If you're more tropical or more swamp, you know, they have them set up so that way all animals of all sorts of species can live there. However, one thing that in the first one, they were like, oh yeah, bunnies aren't strong enough, so they can't be police, and then foxes are too shifty. And then it turns out, no, you know, you don't have to be a carnivore or a fox to be shifty. You could be a lamb. You know, the main villain turns out to be a lamb. And this one is about how it turned. One thing you might not have noticed if you were watching the first one is that every animal in Zootopia is a mammal. They're all mammals. There's only mammals. And the trailer points out, like, oh my God, a reptile. There hasn't been a reptile. There hasn't been a snake. And what the story is that 100 years ago, when the city was being built, the creator, this guy named Linksley, he's a lynx. If you know anything about lynxes, they're a type of kind of bobcat. They're very pretty creatures. So this Linksley guy, he created it, and this snake was like so angry at him and went to attack him, but missed and killed his what do you call her? His maid, tortoise. And because this pit viper, this heat sensitive pit viper, killed her with this very venomous toxin, they were like, "Yep, nope, get all the reptiles out, get rid of all the reptiles, no more reptiles in Zootopia," and it created this huge negative effect on them. And then we zoom 100 years to present day, and they do something that I wasn't thrilled. I got the idea of why they were doing it, but it was a little too short. So this film takes place 1 week after the last film, which, films do that sometimes. That's fine. But it's been like 6 years since Zootopia 1. So this one being only a week later was a bit short for me. And the reason they do that is because it's like, Judy is still trying to prove herself, and Nick is still just trying to be a good friend with Judy, like stay close to her because she matters to him, because she's the closest thing he's had to a friend or family or a pack. And so you're saying it's stereotypical racial discrimination? No, yes and no. You'll see. There's actually more to it, and that's why this one I think does a little bit better than the last one. But we'll get to it. And so, yeah, 1 week is way too short, and it is supposed to be like, the whole thing is like, oh, you guys have only solved one case. You're not that good. You still have to listen to everybody else, and they're like, no, we don't. We're amazing, and it's kind of dumb. I think a couple months would have been fine. If it would make more sense why they're so desperate. Like, she was already desperate to prove herself, and then she proved herself in the last one, but she's still like, I guess she would still be that desperate. But 1 week is a short amount of time to immediately say, no, superior officers, all of you are wrong, and we're going to solve it the perfect way. And they immediately try to do that with the first case they're given halfway through. If you've ever seen any cop show, you know how it goes. Is like, the lead officer on the case, the sergeant, lieutenant, captain, whoever it is, goes and says, like, here's our case. You guys are on this point. You guys are here. You guys are here. And while he's in the middle of it, they've already left, and they already started their doing trying to break in. And what they're trying to find is a guy who's sneaking in illegal contraband. Turns out it's a snake. And then they get put on, not leave, I think administrative leave, and then they have to go to couples therapy for the police partners, where it's like, because she's always deciding what they're going to do, and he is too relaxed about it. He always, you notice really quickly, she's always like, we're going to do this, 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 and he doesn't say a thing. And he's like, I don't know, I think there's a better option. She's like, nah, just trust me. And then his problem is that he just acts like nothing matters. So he's just sitting there like this, like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. So he's not putting his effort into it, and she's putting so much effort that he doesn't get a chance to even try his version. And that's the problem they're going with in this one. And I thought it was an interesting dynamic. But they do a problem with it. They don't go into it enough, in my opinion. They kind of do, and it's quick because it's a short kids Disney film. But I feel like they could have spent way more time with it. It could have either been a show, or if they had cut out some of the plot points, I think it would have worked a little better maybe. But either way, so that's the problem we're going with. And they get busted, failing to capture this guy. And they accidentally drive a car into the statue of the guy who made the weather walls as they're about to. So in front of a bunch of cameras, they break this statue, and it's pretty bad. It was like, yikes, that's a big PR nightmare. So no wonder they're put on leave for a bit. And then Judy is like, no, you know what? I figured out. I know where he's gonna be. He's gonna go to the centennial celebration. He's gonna try and steal the notebook, the journal from the original Linksley that has that has a bunch of information about the weather walls. And so what happens is he leaves. So then he's like, fine, I guess we'll go. And they go, and he's trying to get her out of there. Like, we got to go. There's no point. We're going to get in trouble. And she's like, no, I got this. Just give me a second. I'll get closer and closer. And she bumps into this one lynx, and it turns out he's the third son of the current Linksley's family. Um, they're super rich, super popular, and he's like, "Yeah, my family, they don't think I'm good enough. They think I'm just an idiot, but you know, one, I understand. Like, you're trying to prove yourself. I try to prove myself too." And then that's when the snake shows up. The snake takes um, what do you call it? The case that the journal is in, takes the head Linksley, and he uses his retinal scanner to open it so he can get the actual journal. And he's like, "My family was framed. We were forced out of here." And then what ends up happening is his mouth accidentally bites onto the captain's head, and then Judy pulls the fang out right when someone takes a picture, so it looks like she's holding it over, like like trying to kill him. And so now they're fugitives on the run, and they're chasing after the snake. And it's pretty interesting, the chase. But then Nick is like, because they go into a tube where it's all water and there's not enough air, and she almost dies, right? And he saves them, and she's like, "Look, these things happen." He's like, "Yeah, but I think some apologies are in order." And she's like, "You don't have to apologize for failing to catch him." And he's like, "No, not me apologizing. You apologizing. We almost died, and I had to save your life, and you would not listen to me." And she's like, "Well, that's because this is an important case." And he's like, "There are some things more important than the case. It's not worth dying over," which, that's fair. I mean, morally, it's like, if this is a big enough problem, maybe you could believe it's worth dying over. But it's also not fair to put other people in that pressure without consulting them first, especially if they're supposed to be your partner, your best friend. And so that they find out where the snake is hiding, and the whole time the cops are chasing after them. And they go into this underground reptile bar in the swamp area where all the reptiles are secretly hiding out. And they get there because this beaver who runs a podcast knows about it. And there's actually a pretty funny scene where the beaver's like, "Make sure you eat. If you don't eat what they give you, it's disrespectful to all of them." So they're sitting down, and the person puts down a bowl of worms, grubs, and the beaver goes, "I'm not hungry, but these two are." And he's like, "Okay, so we have some questions. Eat first, then we talk." And they both have to eat one of the worms. And once they eat, he's like, "Guys, they did it! They ate the worms! I can't believe it!" It was all a prank. It was just a prank from the beginning. It was great. I thought that was a great scene. Like, it's such a small scene, but I'm like, I believe that. And so then they chase after the snake, and they find out what actually happened was the snake's great grandmother, was the one who actually created the weather walls, because she wanted a place where everybody could live together, including reptiles, pit vipers. Instead of having to be scared, and they could all live together and be friends. But she didn't have the money to make it. She got the original patent, and so she got a backer, and that was the original Linksley. And the first thing he did was he cut out her name from the journal and stitched his own with a fake patent on it. And then she framed him for murder, all because he wants to be able to control it. And the Linksleys look down on everybody else. They literally see them as inferior animals, and they're planning. And one of their plans is to expand the frozen area. It turns out, as soon as they got all the reptiles out of there, they expanded the frozen area to hide the entire reptile town under snow, and then they're going to do the same thing to the swamp area, and eventually they'll just keep expanding until the whole area is just a giant lynx only city. Because they look down on every other animal, like literally every other animal. They're like, they're even talking to the new mayor, who's a horse in this one, voiced by Patrick Warburton, by the way. Great job. And he's like, "If I say that they are a bunch of criminals who've been hiding reptiles, they'll do it because they're inferior animals, just like you." Like, he literally looks down on everyone. And then. So they find out that the only way to find out where the original patent is pit vipers. If you put enough heat on something, they can see the original cover of the metal, because the journal's made of metal. Only a pit viper could see what's actually on there, even below the paint, what was originally carved in. And so they get him to the desert, and he's looking at it, and you can find the fifth area that was covered by paint by the original Linksley. And he draws it out on a piece of paper, and and then he said, they look in the journal and they find where the original power source is to turn on. There was a giant, what do you call it? Giant light tower that its top probably wouldn't have been covered by the snow. So they're like, we'll go turn that on. We'll go into the snow area, and we'll go down to where the reptiles were and find your original draft of the patent. And so they go in, they find they try to get to the weather wall through the desert area, and then there's a celebration going on. It's burning mammal, pretty funny, but also like, okay, fair enough, burning mammal, sure. And they're getting chased by the cops, and Judy, it turns out that the youngest Lynx kid, he actually wants to stop his family because he hates them and he wants to stop them. And they go inside the weather wall, the desert slash snow side, to find the original switch to turn on the lighthouse. They go inside. They're going in there, and then the door gets locked behind Nick, and Nick almost gets stuck there with the police. He got captured earlier, by the way, and he released a bunch of prisoners to escape, which that should make you no longer a cop permanently. Even if you save the world after that, you should just never be a cop after that. But it's a Disney movie, so they're just like, yeah, it's okay. You two rights do make up a wrong. Yeah. And so they get inside. They're looking for the switch. They finally find it. They turn it on, and then it turns out that Link's son, who said he was on their side, poisons her, just like his great grandfather did to that one tortoise, and says, "Yeah, my family does hate me and look down on me, but if I do this, they'll respect me. They'll love me." It's like, don't you want to be different? He's like, no, I don't want to be different. I just want to be respected. And that's cool and all. But a question everyone's like, do Nick and Judy and Nick go at it like rabbits? No, because this is a Disney movie, and sex isn't real in Disney. I mean, everyone makes mistakes, right, Zag? True. I mean, it is just a mistake. It's a good point. That's a good point. He just accidentally let out all the major criminals, including the villain from the last film. Just an accident. It's just a prank, bro. And so then they chase him down through the snow. They get in a fight. Judy almost dies, and Nick saves her at the last second by giving her the antidote. They go with the snake. They find the original patent, and then they arrest the Lynxies, and and now reptiles are allowed to live in the city. And so it's a cute film. It's very Disney. I think overall it was a fun story. It had some fun lines. There isn't that much to it because again, it's a very Disney. It's a very kind of Disney number. You can kind of see where most of it's going. I didn't see him being a twist villain, but it makes sense. And it's actually a pretty good one where it's like, don't you want to be different? He's like, no, I don't want to be different. So it doesn't try to make him sympathetic. He's actually not a good guy. They try to trick you into it. What happened to the lion from the first movie? He went to jail, or he got he didn't go to jail. The lion mayor, he lost his job at the during the first film. Remember? I'm pretty sure he got kicked out as mayor, and then the sheep lady became mayor for like a day, and then they arrested her. Because literally the movie starts with, how many mayors have they taken down? And the mayor's like, 1, 2. That's all I can think of. And the Lynx guy is like, do you want to make it 3? If you don't do what I'm saying, you won't be mayor anymore. And what I love also about him being mayor is that he's a former actor. He's like one of those action star actors who became mayor. And he's always like, yes, I am totally capable of doing this. But he's also kind of an idiot. But then when they ask him, he's like, do you just want to play a hero in the movies, or do you want to be a hero in real life? And then he's like, okay. And he beats up all the lynxes. So he's not a bad mayor. He's just an idiot. I heard the Mythology guy made a cameo. Can you confirm? I don't think there is a yak. There are no Highland cows. The closest is we get a couple of old elderly goats. And this is actually kind of funny. They're elderly goats with like walkers and canes, but they're still able to jump around all the rocks super fast, better than anybody else. And they're like this German goat couple that's just like hiking in the mountains. They're like, oh yeah, there used to be a hiking trail right there, and it's so much fun. It's been 6 years since I saw the first one. Same. I saw the first one at no, not in theaters. I saw it on Disney Plus, and I was like, it's pretty cute. And then I just wanted to see the second. Claire wanted to see the second one because it came out, and I gotta say it's pretty good. It's not amazing. my mate it has two major flaws in my opinion. One is they build up this whole thing about Nick and Judy. They both need to work on their differences, and they don't really work on them enough. They kind of start to, but not enough. Um, and sometimes it's framed as like, oh, it's Nick's fault that these are all going wrong. It's like, yeah, but if Judy listened to Nick, maybe they could have come up with a better plan instead of it just being Judy's plan and then something goes wrong, and then Judy's plan and then something goes wrong, and Nick has to kind of clean up the mess half the time. So that's my first problem is they don't really deal with them, working out on their problems enough. There's like this scene at the end where they're like, I was wrong. They have this heart to heart, but you don't get to see them change how they act too much. There is one part where earlier Judy's always talking, and then she lets Nick talk instead at the end. But I don't feel like that's enough. Maybe they could work on it more in a threequel, possibly, but they probably wouldn't. They'll probably find some new problem for them. I actually have three problems. My second problem is, well, I'll tell the third problem because the third problem is connected to the first problem. So my third problem is the movie ends with. So remember how I told you they went to partners couple therapy and there are all these other couples, and then they're saying the speech and they're like, and that's why in 2 years you'll be as great as us, and then it shows every other cop who's been chasing them, the pairs, and I'm like, those guys worked super well together. Why are they in couples therapy now? And you guys have barely learned anything. Why are you leading it? It makes no like it's the very Disney ending of like, since we had our heart to heart, we're perfect now. No need to work on it more. I would have preferred if it ended with them both going back to couples therapy and being like, yeah, we need to work on it some more. That's what being a good partner is to work on yourself, not just be like, we're amazing. I think that would have been a better message for kids, but Disney wants the da 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 da. They want that message. And so it works for kids, but I think it could just be that little bit better. A much better message that would have made it, I think it would have made it more heartfelt. That's what I love about Inside Out and Inside Out 2. Those like actually dig deep into your emotions and tell you why you're wrong and why you need to improve and why you can, and it's always about improving yourself in the movie, and it also talks about how you can continue to improve yourself as you grow older. Well, Zootopia is just, we did it. Which, fine, whatever. And then my second problem is Nick doesn't do enough in this film, in my opinion. Like, the whole film, Judy's like, oh, we find this thing, we go here. And Nick's just there, kind of as backup, but he doesn't stop anything from happening. He doesn't help push things forward most of the time. I think there's like one thing he does throughout the film, but most of the film is Judy Hopps and the new steak guy called Gary the Snake. That's his name. His last name is the Snake, which I thought was funny because it's like, who are you? I'm Gary the Snake, and your last name, the Snake. And then later when you see his house, his grandma's house, it literally says on the mailbox, "the Snakes," DE comma snakes. So that was funny. I was like, Gary the Snake. So again, it could have been, Nick doesn't do enough. He's one of the two main characters, but it's pretty much Judy's movie this time and Gary's movie. And even Gary doesn't, he's just kind of there to be like, we will succeed. We will succeed. And you can't hold the weight of the world on your shoulders. No one animal can. That's what that's what my parents always taught me is no one animal can hold the weight of the world on their shoulders. We all need each other. You can't do it by yourself. And that's a nice message, but they don't really do enough with it, in my opinion. Again, there's the heart to heart, but that's about it. And then they just drive a tractor into the main bad guy. A snowplow, actually. A giant snowplow tractor. That's how they beat him. That's not really working together. That's just having a car versus a person. Who's limping, by the way. I mean, he's a villain, so I'm not like, how dare you? But also, that's not really teamwork. So, Zootopia 3 must have a Highland cow or yak as the third main character. I'm throwing hands. Let's go. Let the ex-con make plans. He knows how to get away. Is this guy a member of the Davy clan? Lol. Yes, that's exactly. So it was, it was, so again, I thought it was a cute movie. Is it amazing? No. Is it going to make it to my top 15? No. Do I hate it? No. It's a solid, like 5 or 6. It's like a 6. Should you see it? I recommend it. Do you need to see it in theaters? Not really. But it was fun. So the message is the snowplow is the ultimate tool of justice. Yes, that is true. I thought they committed murder. Who committed murder? The main characters. Oh, when the tooth was in him, they just got anti venom, and the chief was fine. So yeah, as soon as the fang got in him, the snake was like, just give him anti venom, he'll be fine. And then he left. So yeah, no one died because it's a Disney movie. That's not what happens. Literally, there's even a character who does the classic Disney death where he falls off a ledge, and then he doesn't die. He just has a limp. Like he's able to like walk pretty fast with a limp too. I'm like, didn't you drop like 40 feet? I know you're a big cat, but you didn't turn around and fall on your front. At least we didn't see that. It would have made, but I think it would have been awesome if he was like falling and then he just turned and landed on his feet. And he's like, hurt my leg. But we always land on our feet or something because he is a lynx. I know they're not exactly cats, but pretty close. So that's Zootopia 2. Fun, not amazing. But I'm glad I saw it. I had a lot of fun. I'm glad I saw it. Now for the next film on our list, Avatar: Fire and Fire, and I'm dying from coughing. Okay, so Avatar: Fire and Ash. If you saw the first two Avatars, this is very much a straight continuation of the last one. So one of the things that they did that Zootopia didn't do that I really liked is from Avatar 1 to Avatar: Way of Water, which is Avatar 2, they actually have a full time skip because it's been 10 years since the first one. And so the two main characters from the first one got married and had kids. If you've seen the second one, you know the story. The third one takes place right after that one, and I'll just kind of quickly do a brief summary of the story as much as I can, and then I'll tell you my thoughts on it. So they I'm trying to remember how it starts. I think okay, so it starts pretty much the same way as the first at the end of the first one, where they're like they're collecting guns and like we have to fight against the sky people. We have to use guns because they're using guns. Sticks and arrows and knives are not going to be enough against a military craft. And they're like, no, we do not use weapons. If you use metal weapons, it poisons the heart. It is truth. We know this. We know it poisons the soul because they're still a very spiritual community. And then the whales from the last one, who are extremely peaceful and like any whale who attacks that goes against our ways, so they have to be banished. The whale friend that the son in the second movie became friends with, he gets banished and he's like, you will never hear my song again. And what happens is they also find, oh, I remember Spider. Remember, he's the human boy who lives with them and was raised by them, and he's the son of the colonel from the last two movies. And he has to wear that breathing mask, and he's running out of extras, so they have to bring him back to the scientists in their old village to save him. And he so they're going on the what do you call it? They're going on a trader ship, and the traders get attacked by raiders, Avatar Pandora raiders, and these are the fire people. And they all get split up. A lot of their flying mounts get killed in the middle of the fight. And they find out about him. And as they're running away, the kids get split up first, and they all try to run away together. It's the son, the daughter, the adopted daughter, who is, I'm forgetting her name. The female scientist from the first game, it's her cloned daughter, Avatar cloned daughter, and Spider, who's the human. They're running away, and his oxygen mask is failing. And the clone daughter, she's had this weird connection to Awa, and the trees, and so she does her air connection into the roots of the ground. She goes, "Mother Goddess, please help me save this boy's life." And she takes a seed, one of those like what do you call them? What's that flower that you blow it? Those seeds, dandelion, one of those like alien dandelions. She puts it in his mouth and feeds it to him, makes him swallow it, and then the power of the earth grows into him, and it lets him be able to breathe the air. He wakes up and he's able to breathe the air, but then they get captured by the fire people again. And right when they get captured, Jake Sully, he gets the mom is injured, and so she flies back to the nest because she can't find them. She can't see them, and there's a whole fire group that could attack her, so she couldn't do anything. Jake gets captured by the colonel, and he's like, we have to go help the kids. Spider's there. That's your son. You cannot abandon him. And he clearly loves his son, so he does go after to save him. And when they do, she's like, teach me how to make thunder. And so he gives her a gun because they want to learn how to use the guns. And then they then his wife shows up. And they escape. They get back to the colony, and it turns out like a whole the mitochondria system, mycelia, the mushrooms. I forget what it's called. Mycelium network. It turns out his body now has a mycelium network where he is merged with the planet, and it's a symbiotic relationship. He keeps it alive, and it keeps him alive, so he can breathe the air. And it turns out on the back of his head, he's growing one of those hair tentacle things. And so then, then they're like, we can't let them capture him. If they capture him, all the humans will be able to live here. And if all the humans come here, they're all going to destroy this place like Earth, which I thought was a bit of a like, all humans are evil message, which we've seen multiple times. Not true, but sure, whatever. That's the message you want, James Cameron. Hello, Poison Ivy. The Avatar movies always seem so goofy to me. Like, the first one was cool, but 2 and 3 were really weird to me. I honestly think they're really good. So the message, I think you inhaled too much smoke from that fire. True. I honestly recommend them. They're solid films. I don't think they're goofy. They're a little out there, but it's believable. I think, like, if there was an alien world, I could believe that's how the alien world would work. It is a little bizarre. There are some things in it that are bizarre. And so, Gab the Pro, hello. My guy. So, anyways, they get, they find out, like, they can't let him live. So Jake is like, I'm going to kill him. And by the way, this whole movie, the mom has been in grief because remember their oldest son died in the first film, or in the second film. And so she's like, she hates all of them, the pink skins, pink asses, the 4 fingers, or 5 fingers, because Navis only have 4, but humans have 5. Even the Navi hybrid aliens have 5. And so she's like, yes. She's like, at one point, she's like, yes, I want to kill him. And then Jake's like, I have to kill him. And she runs and she's like, you can't. I forgive him now. I was wrong. I was just filled with my anger and hatred, and I shouldn't be filled with that. And even Spider was like ready to let him kill him. He's like, I understand. You have to kill me. And Jake at the last second stops himself, and his wife stops him, and they realize we can't kill him. If we kill him, we're just as bad as them. And plus, we do love him kind of like an adopted son. We care about him a lot. He doesn't deserve to die just for being alive. And so then we learn that the bad guys from the last film, the guy who was hunting the whales, they're planning to hunt down like an entire pod of whales, because they're gonna have this like celebration where the whales go to do this celebration connected to this big spirit energy thing, and they end up catching Jake Sully by the colonel. He goes to meet with the fire people, and she tells the story of why they hate Ava and all that stuff. There was a mountain that came up, a volcano. It burned our tree to Ava. Our people prayed for generations and for weeks and months for her to save us, to give us food, and she wouldn't come. So I went to the volcano and I learned the power of fire, and I brought power to my people. And now we will burn everything else, so we will have all the power. And she tries to drug the colonel and get him to be on her side, to be her servant. And he's like, no, you want a partner. And so they do it. They get close. And then he brings them into the base and captures Sully, brings them back, and gives them all RID chips to let them in. And the general's like, I don't want these savages on my land. And he's like, take the win, General. We got him. We got Jake Sully. And so he's captured. And there's this one marine biologist who's like, you can't kill these whales. They are an intelligent species. This is a ritual. This is not like just them there for migration patterns. They have a cultural reason. They have logic. They have intelligence. This is killing intelligent beings. You can't kill them all. This is wrong. And they say, your belief has been noted. but we're not going to listen to you. Fuck you. Fuck your opinions. And they also capture Spider. And they're going to experiment on him to allow humans to live there. And so the night before, they're going to kill Sully because he's a traitor to the American people. He is a traitor. Makes sense. His wife sneaks in, starts a whole explosion thing. Spider is able to escape from his cell. And then the marine biologist guy, he's like, you know what? If my complaints are going to be listened. So then he takes a giant, you know those things that dig up earth? It's like a giant size, like a house size one. Breaks him out of his cell and helps him escape. So then they get Spider and Sully back. Or Spider and... I forget his first name. Jack Sully? Nick Sully? Jake? Just going to go with Jack. And his wife, and they get back to their family, and he realizes, you know what, I have to ride the giant red one. I have to become Tamaktoa again, which he didn't want to do because being Tamaktoa means all you have is bloodlust and anger, and you want to fight. But they need to bring back all the tribes together to stop this big attack on the whales. And then his kids go off, and he goes find his whale friend, and he convinces his whale friend to come to talk to the matriarchs and say, we cannot live if we continue to be pacifists. We have to fight back. If we do not fight back, they will kill us. My entire pod was wiped out, except for this one single person. And she has like weapons sticking out of her and everything. And it really sucks. And so they have a big fight at the end, and there's all this fire going on. And it turns out the girl, Kitty. So one of the things that the main fire villain was able to do, she keeps connecting her hair to other people's hair, and then she dominates them and like absorbs, I guess, a part of their brain matter or something. Dominates them and then kills them, cuts off their hair tail, which essentially kills them. And then Kitty, they have their huge fight, and Kitty's able to connect to hers, and she dominates her and tells her to run, get away from my family. And then Jake, that's it, Jake, Spider and Spider's dad are fighting at the top, and Spider almost dies, and they both save him at the last second. And he's like, look, we have to take you into custody like you took me. And he goes, you know what? Fuck that. And he jumps back into the fire. And that's Fire and Ash. And I thought it was pretty good. It had two problems, in my opinion. One, it was long. It's a 3-hour and 20-minute movie. Okay, 3 hours and 20 minutes. You could cut out the whole part where Jake gets captured. You don't need the part where Jake gets captured because 20 minutes later, he's not captured anymore. You cut that out. It's a 3-hour movie. Like, it's a cool scene with them finding out about Spider and Jake being captured and all that stuff. But Jake being captured doesn't matter. Maybe Spider being captured will matter in the future because the scientists will be like, we got to capture him. We got to figure out how he is living here. Da-da-da-da-da. Whatever. That could work. But Jake, the 20 minutes of Jake being captured and then being like, look, we're going to kill him. Meh. It was whatever. Get it over with. I didn't care. He convinces me his whale friends. He convinces his whale friends to come. Yes. Accurate. This sounds like a D&D campaign. It kind of is a D&D campaign, let's be honest. It kind of was. Like, for me, the whole humans are bad is, like, it's kind of lackluster. Like, it would have been appealing to me if both parties were shown in a morally gray, nuanced way. I agree. I think if they showed, like, yes, humans bad. I also find that to be really boring. I'm more interested in the world and the unique aliens and the cool stuff with Ava. Oh, I forgot a thing that happened is Kitty finally, in the second movie, she tried to connect to Ava, but it made her seize up. She started having a seizure because she's like connected to Ava in a weird way that no other else one is. And because the only tree in the water area is underwater, if she seizes up underwater, she'll die. So she's like, I have to do this. It's the only way I can fight. And then Spider joins her. And then the smallest little girl joins her. And the three of them together, they actually see Ava. They get to Ava and they're like, please, you have to stop them. And so Kitty gets the power to command all of the animals to attack. And I tell you right now, there's this part where they have these underwater ships ready to kill the whales. And all of a sudden these giant squid tentacle monsters come out. And they start attacking the ships. And I was like, that is my worst nightmare. That is nightmare fuel right there. Having the squids attacking you in your ship, just breaking the ship down and then sucking you out. And I was like, that's scary. And then they get on this giant ship that's like the size of a helicraft carrier, right? And as the kids are coming up the ship, the squids are jumping up the ramp to get to people. I'm like, that's fucking terrifying, okay? It's one thing if you're in the water and they're attacking you. that you made a mistake there. But if you're on what you assume is solid, safe metal ship, and they're jumping up to get to you, they're like climbing up the ramp. They are in aquatic. That's fucking creepy. Okay, that's fucking scary. So don't mess with Kitty. It's fucking scary. But yeah, again, I agree. The whole humans bad. Humans will destroy the planet. I think is I get why it doesn't. I don't think it's great though. I think there should be more of the native peoples fighting, like the fire people showing up and attacking. I love that. That gives a reason why the humans could come, because some of them are actually like evil, savage, like people. Like like literally, she's going around. She's just killing people. She dominates other people, then cuts off their hair thing. The only thing that can connect them to their goddess, to the world, to each other. It's the only way. It's essentially going up and cutting off someone's dick. That's essentially what it is. That's fucked. And if we had more of that, but it's like, no, it's just this one group that's bad, and it's only because of a volcano. Everyone else is like good and peaceful and perfect. And I think that's no, I think that's terrible. I think there should be more of the Na'vi conflict, but they just constantly want to make humans the bad guys, and I agree that is one of the worst parts of the James Cameron Avatar series. If there was more gray, like, yeah, the Na'vis are peaceful, but they're only peaceful with Na'vis. If you're not a Na'vi, they hate you. They hate you 100%, and they won't let you into the planet, even though the humans need it to survive. Yes, you could say the humans ruin their own planet. Fine, but let's start from scratch, right? If you had some humans who were like, we want to live here, we just want to live here. We don't want to ruin the planet, which we do have some like that. We want to live here, we don't want to ruin the planet. And then you had other humans who do want to ruin the planet because humans need a lot of resources for our modern technological lives. Sure, you could have that conflict with the humans. And then you have the Na'vis. Like, some want to let the sky people live here. Some people just hate the sky people because they're different. Then you have conflicts. That would work so much better than just humans bad. Na'vi, good. Fire Na'vi, only bad one. All other Na'vi, good one. I'm glad I'm feeling better too, Charizard. That's some Warhammer shit. I know, it is some Warhammer shit. So that's Fire and Ash. I thought it was really good. I really liked it, but again, I have that one big problem with the James Cameron Avatar series. But I'll see the fourth one. I want to see what happens next. We get an Earthbender next. We had the Airbenders, the Waterbenders, the Firebenders. Next is Earth. Come on, we're gonna get Avatar Earthbenders. I'm calling now the next Avatar movie called Blessed Earth. You know, that's not a bad one. I think. Let's see. Second one was called Way of Water. Third one was called Fire and Ash. It'll either called Blessed Earth or the Earth's Goddess, because I think they're gonna interact with Ava more directly in the fourth one, because that's a big thing they've been setting up since the second one with Kitty Sully. So that's that. And now we have our final most important thing that came out recently. One Piece chapter 171. And I'm going to pull it up so I can do it correctly. Cuz you know me. You can't do One Piece wrong. Can't do it wrong. If you do it wrong, you fail in the One Pieceans. So spoilers for One Piece. And then after this, we'll go on a break. And then we still have some time, so we'll play some Silksong. But let's, One Piece, chapter 1171. Okay, first we'll start with the, it's on my thumbnail. It's in the middle of the thumbnail. The cover art, he's been doing a lot of cover art requests, I've noticed. I don't think he has a cover story that he has planned yet. Can't wait for season 2 of One Piece. Which season 2 though are we talking about? Are we talking about actual season 2 or season 2? Because my answer to both is yes. Finally, a One Piece discussion I can join in. Yes, Yuki. So first, let's start with that cover story. He's doing another cover request by Reverse Kitten, and it's a cat putting ears on Zoro. It's kind of cute. Zoro looks pissed though. It's kind of Zoro's just like, put cat ears on me. And notice he's holding Enma in this one, so it's a cute little cover art, but it's not a cover art story. And then we return to the ending, the aftermath of the fight with what's his name, Harold, Gabon, Shanks, and Loki. And Loki has killed Harold. Harold is dead. He smashed him with Ragnir and the power of his new devil fruit, which, by the way, something I realized, this might be the first devil fruit wielder who also wields a weapon with the devil fruit. For all intents and purposes, this is the first person to technically have 2 devil fruits. Outs- Outside of Blackbeard, of course. But he technically has whatever the legendary devil fruit is. I'm saying it's the Nidhogg fruit now, by the way. And the Ragnir, which we're all pretty sure has the Ratatoskr fruit. It's a hammer that almost definitely hit the Ratatoskr fruit. Squirrel model Ratatoskr. So then they have them talking, and we see all the dead soldiers and everyone, and we knew it from the beginning. Jarl having that sword through his head, that is to fake that he doesn't remember what happened. He remembers everything. He knows that Loki killed his father because it was the only way to save Elbaf. We do see an interesting panel though of Figgling, Shanks' dad. Like, as soon as he sees Shanks, he's all happy to see him. He's like, I love you, son. I will give you anything you want. You don't have to worry about those wretched people down below. Which, evil way to look at everybody else. But it seems like he genuinely loves his sons. Maybe not, but it seems like he does. Then we get, let's see. Gabon and Shanks talking about some stuff. Like, it's not his fault that Harold died. This would have happened. And Loki put his cloak over his dad so nobody can see his destroyed remains. Like, it sucks. The father he loved, he always wanted to love him back, and he realized he always had. He had to kill him. So painful. And then we get Emu. Emu being like, he was one of the strongest giants. We had control of him, yet he was still killed. What kind of unforeseen power is in Elbaf that we didn't know about? Which, yeah, there are 2 that you guys didn't know about. And then he says, it's fine. He would have never joined us anyways, for after all of the giants on Elbaf are of D, which points closer to the theory that the D is not actually a lineage name. It's more like the X that Vivi and the Straw Hats use, except for this one was if you put D in your middle name, that shows that you're part of this secret group that's fighting against the world government. And maybe it started with the giants. That would be maybe that's why there's that giant Straw Hat. Maybe that was the first one to rebel. Not even because it's not Joy Boy. We're pretty sure Joy Boy was human Luffy sized, and it's implied, especially in the anime, that the Straw Hat Joy Boy wore is the same Straw Hat Luffy wears. So that giant size one we see that Emu has is not the Joy Boy one. We're pretty sure. For some reason, I didn't clock that the hammer had a fruit. Well, that's why the hammer became a squirrel. We had Mr. 4 in Alabasta. Mr. 4 doesn't have a devil fruit, though. Mr. 4 doesn't have a devil fruit. He's just a guy who works with an animal that has a devil fruit. I'm talking about a devil fruit wielder also wielding a weapon that also has a devil fruit. So double devil fruit. That's why I'm saying this is the first one. So yeah, that's Emu literally says specifically, never forget, Elbaf is of the D. All of Elbaf, which is very confusing, very interesting. Does that mean they came from Nika? Maybe in lore, Joy Boy was the first one to use the Nika fruit, but the Nika fruit was based on an actual warrior giant named Nika. And that's why he's all mythologized. Like thousands of years ago, there was a warrior giant named Nika. And then when they were creating the devil fruits, because they said the devil fruits are created from someone's dreams, maybe Joy Boy dreamed to be as amazing as Nika, and then created that devil fruit, ate it, got the power, and it eventually got to Luffy. That would be cool. Yep, that's fair. It's easy to think that a lot of characters who don't have devil fruits do have devil fruits with how amazing they are. And then, we get to see Loki heading out to sea. And there were some soldiers left over, and he took them with him. So not every soldier died, which it would have been hard to believe that that Harold killed every single soldier in the castle. Not that he couldn't have, but that every one of them made it to the battle at the same time. And that battle was pretty quick. Remember, it was like a chapter and a half. And of course, Loki's like, I'd rather play the villain. I don't want my father's legacy to be ruined. I loved him, and I want the world. I want Elbaf to continue to love him. They already hate me. I don't mind if they hate me. That is such a great scene for Loki. I'm loving Loki, and now, people are saying there's even more reason that Loki might join the crew because whenever Luffy is like, "You're gonna join my crew, 100%. You're gonna join. I want you to join." If he says it more than once, you're almost guaranteed to join. Remember, Frankie didn't want to join at first, and he pushed Frankie to join. Sanji didn't want to join his crew at first, also. Chopper did right away. Usopp did. Nami didn't, but that was for a very specific reason. Robin just kind of decided to join the crew. That one's the most unique one. Jinbei said he would, but there was a lot of stuff involved. So most of the time when he says, "Hey, do you want to join my crew?" people usually say no the first time. But if he says it twice, you're guaranteed to join. That's what happened, at least with Frankie and stuff. Yeah, I really do think Loki will join. If Loki is the Nidhogg fruit, does that mean someone has the Hraesvelgr fruit? It means someone could have the Hraesvelgr fruit. Just remember, real quick, by the way, if you didn't know, in a while back before the flashback, there was that owl in the library who has the power to change the size of objects. Fun fact, the name of that owl's devil fruit is the onomatopoeia for someone ejaculating. So just remember that. Either that or the name is the onomatopoeia. Look it up. It's pretty funny. In Japanese, of course. Oda is a proud pervert. So then we finally get to end the flashback. We're finally out of the longest flashback in all of One Piece history. And Harden's like, what? And then Loki's like, it's not like I was going to brag about killing him. It's so great. And Harden just has this moment where he thinks about it. And Scopper Gabon is like, he's telling the truth. And immediately, maybe not immediately, maybe after a couple minutes, they have a short conversation about like, he's like, yeah, it does make sense why Elder Jarl was always against you being executed. This explains a lot. And the fact that father chose death in the face of the government's manipulation, they've been the enemy of our family this entire time. Now I have even more reason to hate them, more than just them attacking Elbaf. They've attacked my heart, everything I love. And then he frees Loki. It's so nice to see Harden's like, I'm sorry, brother, about the way I thought about you. It seems we both felt the same way about our father. It's so touching. And then you finally see Loki. He kind of looks at his hands like he's freed for the first time, and his lips are trembling a little bit. And then Luffy goes, "That's great. Now you can fight." Typical Luffy. Which, by the way, either Loki is so good at storytelling that he actually got Loki to pay attention to his story the entire time, or two, Loki just sat there pretending to pay attention, and whenever they brought up fighting, he was like, "Oh yeah, okay, uh-huh." Oh, and then he got beat up. That's awesome. And then once they stopped talking about that, he's like, so, which the fact that Luffy even pretended to try to pay attention to what Loki's saying. Also, one other evidence why he might join the crew. Luffy didn't give Loki a nickname. He calls him Loki. Whenever there's somebody who like he doesn't care about, he gives them a nickname. But Loki, he calls him by his name. Loki is Loki. Now there are others like Rebecca and Vivi, but then like you got Shirahoshi, which he calls Wimpy Hoshi. Marco, who he calls the Pineapple Head. And then, after he sees that, all the other new giant pirates are like, "We're really sorry about how we treated you," and they're gonna go up to the surface, And then Loki, the giant Draugr demon shows up, and Loki's like, "Don't worry, I got this." And he smashes it, Niflheim, and freezes a nice Nifl, which is such a cool. That's why I think he's it's the what do you call it, fruit? The Nidhogg fruit, because we saw him shoot lightning, and then Niflheim. Maybe he's like a dragon fruit that's powerful enough to use all the elements of all the 7 realms of Norse mythology, which would be cool. Hello, puppy man. Technically, Vivi is part of the crew. She was part of the crew. She's not currently part of the crew. I don't need the respect of a puppy. That's fine. So interesting. It speaks of Jinbei and Luffy's character. Then he moved from captain to helmsman. True, true. Actually true. Good point. Um, so then we see him use the Niflheim, and he instantly freezes the Draugr, which is awesome. But it makes me wonder, are all those frozen giants we saw on Punk Hazard frozen by a previous user of this fruit? Are they frozen in time so that way they can fulfill their purpose in the future? And maybe that's the reason um, Roxy Zebek needed Harold and the legendary fruit because he was the only one who could unfreeze them, and then he'd have an army of giants working with him to take down the world or Emu. Fish fruit model Needhog. I don't think it'll be that. The reason it's that way for what's the name? Kaido is because that's based off of a Japanese story of a koi fish swimming up a waterfall, and when he gets to the top, the gods turn him into a dragon. I think the Needhog will just be it'll just be like the dragon fruit model Needhog. I'm pretty sure that's what it'll be. If it is or maybe it'll be like maybe it'll be something else. We'll see. Let's find out. If it is Fenrir, fine, but I think it's gonna be Needhog, which some people are like, oh, we're getting so many dragon fruits now, which true. We've had 2, and I think there was a 3rd one. We've been getting a lot of dragon stuff, but that's fine. You know, it's Endgame One Piece. We should be allowed to have some dragons. That would be cool. Imagine a dragon on the crew, and not just dragon, Monkey D. Dragon. You forgot that Usopp was also a captain, became a sniper. That's true. You're right, Captain Usopp. No, but now he's a god. He went from captain to sniper to god. Don't forget, he is a god. All hail God Usopp. There was one thing earlier in the chapter that I love how Luffy's just like, I want to stay around. I want to see you fight. But also, you notice they're like, so immediately when everybody else is going up, Sanji is taking Chopper and Gaban with him. And now everybody's like, oh, Sanji's got a new curse. So there used to be this curse where anybody who would light Sanji's a cigarette for him would die. It happened to Pedro, and it happened to one other character. I'm forgetting who. But now there's a new curse that everybody thinks. Anytime Sanji carries an old man, they die. And that so far, that's only happened once on Egghead with Vegapunk. But Scopper's also injured, and Sanji's carrying him into battle. If he dies, Sanji has new curse unlocked. I'm just saying. You're all wrong. It's going to be Sleipnir. Dude, if it was Sleipnir, that would be freaking cool. I don't think anybody would use Sleipnir, but I would love that. I want Dragon to have a Logia. Too many zones. I think Dragon will definitely have a Logia. If he... I'm not convinced he has a Devil Fruit, but if he does, it's some sort of wind or weather powering one. Because the only time we've seen Dragon act, 2 things happened in that chapter. 1, a lightning bolt right at the right time struck Luffy, so that way he was freed from being killed by Buggy. It struck him right at that moment, and then right as he was trying to escape, Luffy was trying to escape from what's his name, Smoker. Dragon shows up, and a giant gust of wind blows Smoker away. So most likely, Dragon has some sort of wind or weather-based Devil Fruit. What if Dragon has a Race Velger type fruit? He could, but I don't think he will. He's not connected enough to the Elbaf storyline to have an Elbafian one, I don't think. Oda's clearly doing all of his like Norse story stuff in Elbaf. So if it's a character connected to Elbaf, then they'll have a Norse story style kind of Devil Fruit. That's why it makes sense for Loki to have Needhog or Fenrir. And then it makes sense for the hammer to be Ratatosker if it is, because he's a squirrel. So it'll probably be this, but I think he'll have some other one. Hello, fellow cultists. Hello, Sauron. It would be cool if a dragon had a Race Vulgar Fruit, but I don't think he will. I think by the time we find out whether or not Dragon has a Devil Fruit, we'll be so removed from Elbaf that it's not going to register on any of our minds to be something connected to Norse mythology. Maybe he'll have like a Greek mythology style one. Maybe he'll have like Hito model Zeus. Or I mean, he could have a model Thor then maybe, because Thor also could control lightning and weather. Well, debatable on that aspect, but most people believe he could. So, anyways, latest chapter One Piece, really cool, really good. I think the coolest thing, the biggest standout here, is that we're finally out of the year-long flashback. We're finally going to get back to the main action. We finally get to see Loki's. We're going to see Loki's full power soon. We're going to see his devil fruit. I think Luffy's going to ask him to join the crew at least one more time. And we need to find out why the Holy Land is burning. Mera model Surtur. What would be Hito model Surtur? Because it's not the fire fruit model a living being. It's a human fruit model this person. However, it could be, instead of Hito, what if it's Jotun model Surtur? What if it's not a human fruit, but a giant fruit? Also, remember, I love how tiny the devil fruit was for Loki. It was like not even as big as the tip of his pinky. Did he just like gulp it in one bite? My theory for Loki, I think his fruit will be Paramecia and it will be associated Utgard Loki. I don't think it will be a Paramecia, because if we go back to chapter 1170, I think it was. Oops, not what I want to do. Let's see. Let's go back to chapter 1170. Let's see. Where's the... let's see. Where is it when he eats the fruit? So the reason we don't think it will be a Paramecia is because when he eats the fruit, you see his hands change into claws. He gets some sort of fur or spikes, and then his eyes become this glowing light. And then if you look at the shadow on page 12 or 13, you see there's a shadow of Loki with the horns, and he looks like some sort of beast animal. And then there's also claws all over the place. So I don't think it'll be Paramecia. It'll almost definitely be a zone. The flashback was insane. What do you think is behind the ice wall? There's so many conspiracy theories. It's hilarious. Ice wall. What ice wall? Also, I do think, I'm kind of convinced that, what's his name? Grand Line Review has a video about it. I'm kind of convinced that Sanji might learn a new type of conqueror's hockey. I think he'll finally become a cocker. He'll finally have his own cock. The ultimate cock. The color of cock. It could be a zone-based Garm, another giant wolf. It could be, but it won't be. I don't think it would be Garm, because while Garm is also another giant wolf and he's in the underworld, Garm is not nearly as popular as Fenrir. So if it's going to be one of the two, it'll 100% be Fenrir. We haven't had a Fenrir-styled creature before. So it's going to be Fenrir because Fenrir is the more well-known one. And then second is also, there's a lot of stories where Fenrir and Garm might have been the same character, just given different names at different times. So most likely it'll be, if it's going to be one of the two, it's going to be Fenrir. I would bet some heavy money on that. I want it to be Nidhogg though, because we did see the Nidhogg shoot lightning at one point. I'm curious if some of the Norse myth items exist on Elbaf, like drew up near. They definitely don't. If they do, it's a devil fruit. Dice wall in here. Some people think there's a hidden advanced civilization. Oh yeah, you're talking about the in real life. Yeah, no, there's not. Every time they've tried to prove it, they've proven themselves wrong. It's pretty funny. Sanji's getting a third Diablo Jambe. Nah, he's gonna learn to use the power of love to conquer the world. All right, spoiler time is over, everybody. Spoiler time is over. Oops. Yeah, but we'll be back next week with some more One Piece spoilerinos. For now, we're going to take a quick break so I can set up for the next stream. I wonder if there are twin devil fruits like Skull and Haughty. There probably are twin devil fruits, but there wouldn't be a Skull and Haughty because we already have Nika, which is based off the sun god. So I don't think they'll do a Skull and Haughty one if they were to do some. I disagree. Live action Chopper looks really good. I don't think it looks cursed. Like it looks as good. Like you have to do it in live action. It has to kind of look not quite as animated. I think it looks really good for what they're doing. Do you consider Fenrir a god? I mean, he's a son. No, he's not a god, because Loki technically isn't a god either. Loki is a giant. And on top of that, being related to a god does not make you a god. Hercules wasn't a god. Jason wasn't a god. Not Jason. Jason wasn't a demigod. Perseus wasn't a god. So Fenrir is not a god. It's also just it's also never described in either of the Eddas as Fenrir being a god, because the gods are only the Aesir and the not Vivir. Oh, I'm forgetting what they're called. Norse nature gods. I gotta look up the name. I'm trying to remember what the other group was. The Vanir gods. That's it. I don't hate live action Chopper, but also not entirely a fan. I don't love it like original Chopper, but original Chopper is also meant. Original Chopper's design only works in a cartoon-like setting. If you try to make that in live action, it feels like putting a Muppet in, right? Like imagine if you just had Kermit rocking around in Star Wars. That's how it would feel. So it needs to be changed enough to look like something that can fit in the world. And I think it does fit. I don't think it's cursed. Trust me, we've seen Cursed, the original Sonic design. You can just Google it online. Just Google live action Chopper. It's the first image is live action Chopper. I think it looks good. So yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for One Piece live action season 2. But I'm also excited to take a quick break to get a snacky snack, and then we will be playing some Schmilky Schmong. Have you ever felt like you were suffocating? Ever feel like there's no escape from that crushing feeling in your chest? Then your doctor might recommend air. Air is a new, free alternative to nothing. Our scientists have spent decades perfecting this product with extensive testing, years of research, and trial and error. We found a way to change the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere into breathable air just for you, using safe compostable materials such as trees. So you don't have to worry about ruining the environment while using air. 9 out of 10 doctors agree that air is essential to your heart, lungs, and brain. Air can also lead to cyclones, blizzards, cold and heat waves, thunderstorms, and tornadoes. If you are experiencing any of these symptoms, please call emergency services and a team will be on their way to help you as quickly as possible. Do not take air without speaking to your doctor first, because air is not for everyone. If you are already using air, tell your doctor before he prescribes you any new medication. Whatever the case may be, air is here to help you out. Air. Take a breath.
Do you feel tired, confused, or dizzy? Have you ever felt like you just can't go on because of massive headaches? Then try water! Water is the newest soft drink on the market. It's refreshing and delicious, all while containing 0 sugar, 0 corn syrup, and 0 calories. Water will give you the strength to complete the toughest of tasks on the hottest of days. Water can even be used for cleaning yourself and your clothes. An overexposure to water can lead to flooding, massive downpours, tsunamis, whirlpools, and even drowning. Gnarly, dudes. If this happens to you, call 911 and some bros will be there in a flash. If you're planning to use water without an experienced physician around, please make sure you bring along someone who is CPR certified. Man, water is good. Water, have a sip.
Okay, we're back, chat. I'm just snacking and attacking. How was the break for all y'all? So you've been busy doing Blades, I see. This is good. Beef sticks are a good source of protein. Now let me finish chewing, because I don't want to choke on this. If you choke on a meat stick, you'll be the laughing stock of the underworld. So I'm gonna try this drink that Claire said I should try. It's called Celsius Live Fit Sparkling Watermelon. It's apparently a type of energy drink of sorts. Pretty tasty. It's got that watermelon flavor. I like the fake watermelon flavor. Always a good one. Much delish. I just realized, how is season 2 gonna fit winter cherry and all the stuff with Laboon and Alabasta? Well, they've confirmed that season 2 ends after Chopper joins the crew, and season 3 will be everything on Alabasta, the actual island. So season 2 is just gonna be it's gonna be Logtown, Reverse Mountain, Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, and Drum Island. So if you remember what those each are. Okay, let's get back to silking some songs. That's actually good. Celsius? Yeah. If you're talking about Celsius, yes. If you're talking about the way they're doing One Piece Season 2, also yes. Okay, what are we doing again? Oh, right. There's a thing. Which is the way? Do I just... I think I just go down. Ooh, I almost forgot how to... Did we go past it? What the heck? Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Okay. Oh. Dang it, still died. Okay, that's fine. With Deadpool and Rivals, what characters would you want that would get you back into the game? Characters that would get me back into the game. I'm trying to think. Because the only characters I really care about are Spider-Man characters. Because I'm basic. Maybe Carnage? It's less so that I don't want to play it, and more so that most of my friends aren't playing it right now. We're going to be starting a Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough. So that's the big one. Definitely have something that can... That's so annoying. Okay. So, what were we doing again? What quests did we have? How does life fleece in the far fields and defeat it? Farloom's lowlands. Missing brother, Greymore. Okay. Deadpool's VA surprised me. I heard from a friend that it's really annoying because he won't shut up, and it really bugs him. So maybe that I'm like, maybe I don't want to play with Deadpool around, or at least not when he's meta. Question of the day: what upcoming films are you most excited for? Now that I actually got this game as late Christmas gift, so now I can play this right after I finish Hollow Knight. Yes, do that, Charizard. Both are great. That goes to Deadpool and the Rivals, the same guy who plays Leon in the Pokemon anime. Oh, that's pretty cool. I kind of want to see Black Widow or Vision. Black Widow's already in the game. Vision would be interesting, I agree. Black Widow just sucks. At least last when I played, unless they buffed her. I messed up there. The Odyssey movie, I'm hoping it's good. Ooh, yeah. Okay, I have one problem with the Odyssey movie. When I went to see Avatar, right? We walked into the middle of the Odyssey trailer, and the trailer was so long, we thought we had walked into the wrong movie. Like, that's my one problem with it so far, is that the trailer is way too long. Got him. Well, that worked out. Not a movie I'm excited for, but ReZero Season 4. I have still not seen Season 2. I need to watch ReZero Season 2. I liked Season 1, but something about Season 2 was just rough, and I could not finish it. Or was it Season 3? Whatever season is the one where she's going through some trial or whatever. I watched 3 episodes and it was like, I can't. 100 sub voices, Deadpool Rose. Ooh, that's awesome. Oh, also, Freeburn Season 2 came out. I'm excited to watch that. I really want to see that. I'm excited for Avengers Doomsday because I love Doctor Doom. Can't wait to see the X-Men and the MCU. I'm interested for those reasons, but I'm not excited because the way they've been handling all the stuff over the last, like, few years for Phase 5 and things have made me I've lost confidence in their plan. So I'm interested but not excited, especially since I don't think Robert Downey Jr. playing Doom is a good idea. I also don't think that's going to be the actual Doom. But if it's good, it's good. And I'll admit it. I don't think it's going to be bad. I'm just not excited. Expecting it to be good. Kind of like, Endgame and Infinity War. I expected those to be good. Guardians 3 and the other 2 Spider-Man films after Endgame, I expected to be good. All the other ones I was interested in, and none of them were really that good to me. I've been training my brain to view the Odyssey movie as something separate because my brain keeps thinking of Epic the Musical. Well, I mean, You know what? I applaud you, Demon Blades, because you 100% should be doing that, because they are not the same thing. Especially since Epic the Musical technically doesn't even exist yet. It's just a series of videos made by a guy. It's not it's not really a full stage production. And until it is, it's technically not a musical yet. It's a album. I love Freeman. It's the only new gen anime worth watching, in my opinion. I wouldn't say it's the only one, but it is the best one. Apocalypse Hotel is pretty good. I just watched Apocalypse Hotel. I will tell you the first 2 episodes of Apocalypse Hotel they take a little work to get into it, but once you get to like episode 3 or 4, you'll be invested. It's pretty good. Season 1 can be hard to watch because the protagonist is a bit of an incel, but he vastly improves in later seasons. I never minded him being a bit of an incel because he is a teenager who went to another world and met a beautiful girl who was nice to him when he didn't really have anyone like that before. Every teenager is going to act like the way the character acted. I didn't mind season 1. Season 2 is where I was like, I just couldn't, I wasn't watching. My Hero had its final season. Yep, I watched that. Epic is a concept album. Exactly, it's a concept album. I know everybody calls it Epic the Musical, but it's not a musical yet. Until they actually put on a performance, you can't call it a musical. By that logic, every album is a musical. Season 2 was so peak. Can you remind me the plot of season 2? Like, just the broad strokes of what's happening in the beginning? Because maybe it was season 3 I couldn't get into. I can't remember if it was season 2 or 3 where I stopped. There's also Hell's Paradise. Honestly, I'm shocked season 2 is here because season 1 left a huge cliffhanger. I know nothing about Hell's Paradise. I think there are actually a lot of new age anime that are worth it. It's just that there's also a lot of trash. Or a lot of very basic, we're an anime. Okay, let's see. Where have we not explored? Okay. Let's finish this exploring here. So we got to go left, and then we'll go through 2 doors and then stop. I hate you. I hate those things. I do like that they add these here because it brings a challenge back to this area that you have pretty much cleared in the early game. So it is nice that they have those. Next door. Oh. Flint stale. What's that? Ooh, it's a red type. Sharpening slate made from cut and polished flint gem temporarily superheats the needle's blade, imbuing each slash. Okay, we're equipping that. I'm gonna try that out. Oh, cheese crackers. Okay, we're gonna change out our. Let's see this. I don't use the drill one very much, so let's try that. Down R1. Okay. Is it always down R1? Oh no. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. That's making shards way more valuable. Okay, so we want to go down. Oh, this is hard. So we need to find some way into there. So we need to be able to get down. That's what it's telling me. So we need to go down there, which is connected to that, which will then connect to that. Okay, okay. We'll put that as a lock. I need to heal, so I took the risk. Butt wipe. DMC Season 2 is coming out this year. Ooh, that's exciting. I'll have to tell Andrew about it, because we liked Season 1. Did we think it was a masterpiece? No. Was it better than the games? No. But it's a good complementary thing to do with the games, you know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, it doesn't ruin any of the... Okay. That's where I found the fire needle. Let's see. Right. Oh. Fudge sickle. Okay, that's fine. Where am I? Kind of like what I've seen is an album musical. Well, yeah, it's an album. I'd say it's an album concept musical because it's, again, I don't think you can call yourself a musical until you've done a full stage performance of it. And that doesn't mean that it isn't worthy of that. It just means it hasn't done it yet. For instance, if you write a script for a movie but you never make the movie, is it really a movie script or is it just a concept? Like, you could say it's a movie script, but if you never publish it, it's not a movie. You know, same thing with books, video games. You know, it's just a beta at that point, or a draft. Call me degenerate all you want, but I like High School DxD. It's got a good plot. Sure, the first season the MC was a massive perv, but he gets better over time. They start focusing on the story. I won't call you a degenerate, except I will, because you're a degenerate. But that's okay. That's what being a weeb is. Kind of like the Forgotten Crossroads turning into infected Crossroads in the first game. What? I'm confused. What are you talking about? Season 2 was at the mansion going to the village because the manor was unsafe and there was some trials they have to face along the way and in the village. Yeah, I think that's a season I didn't see, because the last season I ended was with the giant, them killing the giant thing that erases people from everyone's memories. That's the last season I saw, the ending of that season. DMC season 2 is coming out this year. Yeah, in 4 months, really hope they do Virgil well. They probably won't. He didn't seem as cold-hearted as he normally is. I mean, how do we know? We haven't seen Virgil at all. I don't think you can say that, Crimson Sparta, because we saw him for like a second, and all he did was give the bad guy the exact thing he needed to be the bad guy. Also, this is all currently Virgil being controlled by Mundus. So it's not even Virgil himself. This is controlled Virgil. My biggest thing is why he's working with Mundus, but I guess it'll get answered. I mean, it's the same reason he was working with Mundus in the first game. He lost to Mundus and he's getting possessed by him. Have you heard of Hell's Paradise? No. Does DxD have a good plot or a good plot? I don't know. I've never seen it. All I know is that it's Gooner game. It's a Gooner show. It's the king of the degen shows. Who barely dodged that by the skin of my toes. Okay, let's get out of here. Z Nation Shast, how you doing, my friendo? How's it Z Nationing? Okay, let's see. Where else do we have to search that we haven't in this game? There's something over there in Bellheart. We could search here, but I don't see the point. There's this area. So maybe we should search here. I'm gonna put a marker there and there to remind me to look in there. We gotta go through Sinner's Road again. We've done everything in Shellwood, it looks like, unless there's a secret area I haven't found, which perhaps. This we can't get through yet. Whatever this is. I'll just put a black dot for here to say we can't go. I'm gonna put markers here and here. Okay, so those are areas we want to search. And this we can't yet for some reason. Okay, let's see our Miashons. Okay, so silver bells. Collect silver bells in the Belvin tunnels above and below Bellheart. Far Fields. Okay, so that one's Far Fields. Lowlands. Is it supposed to be Bell Bottom that they're talking about? Or Bone Bottom? Maybe it's in the Moss Grotto? I'm gonna guess this is the Moss Grotto. This one's the easiest one. Far Fields. Where are we? Oh, we're in Far Fields. Okay, where does it say we can find it? Track down the savage beast fly in the Far Fields. Okay. Oh, is this it? Oh, hey, we found it. Neat. Oh, that was bad. Okay, okay. That was not wait. Demon Blades, which were Isekai unlocks? Wait, what did I miss? You said this area was simple early game and got harder late game. I was just comparing it to the infected. Oh, yes. Agreed. I swear, man. Every time I hear DxD has good plot, I lose. It's the most gooner of gooner show. It has no plot. Made for the horny teens. Not untrue. You want a life tip? Here's a life tip. Don't watch High School DxD. Watch College EXE. Binge Gachiakuta over the weekend. I heard Gachiakuta is pretty good. And I do want to watch it. I also want to watch Chosen to be a Hero. Keck Zagard. I don't know how or why, but my Twitch screen, it says you have negative 17 subs. Well, that just means you need to sub 17 times, Yuki. Clearly, that's what you have to do. That's okay. I guess it's not really anything. It might be saying we have negative 17 sub points for the next sub goal. Because you're a mod, so you might see some special mod privileges. The villain's motivation didn't add up for me. Main bad guy really didn't make much sense, but we're all set up for season 2. For what, Gachiakuta? I need to watch it. I like the concept. I heard the concept is good. I need to watch it, so. One of my favorite English VAs is the MC. I will watch it in Japanese, as I do with all anime. Didn't you already fight a savage beast fly? Yes, I did. I think we're hunting down more of them. I remember watching DxD in one of my classes in middle school. You watched it in class in middle school? That's confusing. Okay, we're going to take the fast travel route, so that way we can spawn closer. So, gotta go up. We're going up. Up, up, blah, 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 blah. Gonna fight a beast fly, then we'll eat some chicken fried. Can't believe I did that. I am not the Papega. You are. I would have sworn it was the same guy. Turns out I was totally wrong as who it is. That is hilarious, and I've been there before. I think if I just go left and down. This way we know where it is if we decide to leave. Thank you. It is I, Slurpity Slurp. Oh, come on. Oh my god, the fucking minions. The Dratini escape. Who was he voiced? They shared a similar first name. I thought it was Bryce. Peppenbrook. Turns out his name is Bryson Bogus. I love having multiple hyperfixations at once. Hunger Games, Avatar, a webcomic that's in the work from this new creator I like. I've been there multiple times, Lily. That is pretty normal. And also, it's super awesome at the same time sometimes. Why are you super fixated on Hunger Games right now? Which Avatar are we talking about? James Cameron or Nickelodeon? I fear that my taste in men from Avatar is not a popular opinion. You know what? That's pretty fair. One letter difference. That is true. Ah. Then the question is, what does your taste in men have to do with it? And two, why Hunger Games all of a sudden? Nothing against it, just sounds, well, like I said, sudden. I did not press that on purpose. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Oh, that is annoying. The fact that he breaks the platforms and then that one spits things that you can't touch. This is gonna be an annoying boss. Gotta learn the patterns. Oh, you summon another one. Fucking hell. Those minions. Holy guacamole. What do I do about them? I voiced Kirito in SAO, Melodious in Seven Deadly Sins, Jaeger in The Attack on Titan, Blue Exorciser. Okay, cool. Wait, Pappenbrook was also in the Baccarina Villainous anime? Fucking comical. Wait, he's also the Otaku in Dandadan. That's so peak. Still have not seen Dandadan. I'm personally partial to those Saja voice tracks, though I'm also learning to like how it's done. fair enough. At least my Hunger Games taste is better. Ah, Hamish. Abernathy. The alcoholic? Quaritch, hear me out. It's just because he's a big muscle daddy, isn't it? He also voices a character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Never seen that. Never seen that. I haven't watched Black Clover. I only read it. Voices someone in Bleach, Naruto, and has voice work in video games like Summertime. Oh, that's nice. One Piece Soul Eater. A lot of people have done stuff for One Piece. One Piece is so big. It like, if you know someone who's a voice actor, 9 times out of 10, they might have done a small role in One Piece. That's what killed Jill Apocalypse's reputation. It's more important to get rid of those guys. Fuck! I got so close! Tokyo Revengers. I like Tokyo Revengers. Some people really don't like that it's middle schoolers, but I'm okay with it being middle schoolers. People find it weird, but it's like... I'm gonna be honest. The creator probably didn't want it to be middle schoolers at first, but was heavily influenced by his editor to make it middle school or high school. So I really like that. Nine Apprentices of Straw Hats and Dragon Ball as like major recurring roles. Sounds about right. I found out the English VA for Mina from My Hero also voices the main girl's mom for Ruby. Huh, neat. Johnny Young Bosch is on a lot of stuff. Yes, that's true. If you know Lolly, a girl with high-pitched voice, there's a decent chance they're voiced by Monica Rial. True. That seems like don't know that series at all. Most interesting part about him to me is that he's also actually in Power Rangers. That's a big pog. Wait, what movie? I mean, the movie is pretty basic. It's a child version of a K-drama. Like, literally, K-pop Demon Hunters is just a K-drama, but animated. I'm not even kidding you. If you watch any K-drama, it'll be just as ridiculous. With, like, superpowers and aliens or whatever. Like, one of the most famous ones that I actually really like is about an alien who comes to Earth and falls in love with an actress. And there's also a conspiracy where one character is trying to kill his brother. And the main character. I'm not even kidding you. Fuck. The movie was supposed to be longer and a bit darker. Where have you heard that? Because, I mean, maybe that's true. But I have not heard that anywhere. Is that speculation, or has someone actually confirmed it? Someone who wrote, who was involved in the writing of the story. Because I've seen a lot of people say, this was supposed to be this. And half the time it's not true. Okay, that gave me time to heal, so that's good. Got him. Oh, come on. Oh my god. No, I accidentally pressed the touchpad. Have I seen Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal? No, I'm not a huge fan of Genndy Tartakovsky. Not in the fact that I don't like him, but that I was never a huge fan of Samurai Jack. Like, I liked it. I liked the idea of it, but I never was that attached to it. And I never really liked Dexter's Lab that much either. Like, I thought they were both good, but that was about it. And so I've never really followed his career. Like, it's not like George Lucas for me. If George Lucas came out with a new movie, I'd be like, I'll go see it because George Lucas is making it. Genndy Tartakovsky, I'm like, good for him. I'm glad he made what he wanted to make. That's all I can think about it. If Andrew was a vampire from Sinners and was acting suspicious, would you be worried or play no mind? If he was a vampire and acting suspicious, of course I'd be worried because my best friend isn't acting like my best friend. And I'd be like, well, now I have to kill him. Watch the Fellowship of the Ring in theaters today for the 25th anniversary. Nice. That's awesome. Leah's voice, Thorfinn from Vinland Saga and Jinwoo was so loving. Ooh, nice. Good for him. It was confirmed the original script had the movie around 3 hours. I mean, a lot of scripts generally have the movie longer than they start out. So that doesn't really mean it was going to be darker, but definitely longer. That's actually pretty par for the course for most scripts. I mean, look at most movies. They get cut down and edited after they film or animate all their stuff. The claim of 3-hour version of K-pop Demon Hunters was actually debunked. The director confirmed in an AMA that the version we got is the version she wanted. Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, I had a feeling it wouldn't be darker. You can tell it was made for kids, and it wasn't made to be super dark, especially... And again, it plays like a K-drama. Now, K-dramas can get really dark at times, but they're also really goofy most of the time. And I gotta say, out of the K-dramas, this one probably has one of the better messages. want to stay topped off as long as I can. Oh, that's not good. I got rid of my extra shielding. Damn it, I messed that up. How have you been, Z Nation? Oh, you saw Lord of the Rings. Was it just Fellowship of the Ring? And was it the full version or just the theatrical release? I'm curious. Not that it matters, just, you know, they're both great. By the way, I found out the reason why they cut Saruman's death in the third film for the theatrical release. And the reason, it actually makes a lot of sense. There's actually a pretty big reason for it. It sucks because then his death scene is kind of paywalled, but also it's fine. I like, it doesn't make me mad. I'm like, I get that. Ah, fuck. You wouldn't let Andrew make I a vampire. What? Are you trying to say I wouldn't let him make myself into a vampire? No, I don't want to be a vampire. I want to die one day. I want to be able to go out in the sun. Dude, I have seasonal affective disorder. If I don't see sunlight, it causes me to be depressed. I don't want to be a depressed guy who has to drink blood to live. No, thank you. Extended cut was 3.5 hours. Nice. Extended cut is pretty great. I was just thinking about this earlier today. What if someone recorded your idol performance? Would they be normal, or would Guima take their soul? I'm confused. What are you trying to say, Charizard? Every next day is the next movie in the trilogy, or repeat while they're being shown in theaters. Nice. That's really cool. I love that. You'll be a depressed vampire. No thanks. I don't even enjoy being a depressed human. Why would I want to be a depressed vampire? No, I messed that up. Are there no health bars for enemies in this game? Do you need to just keep swinging until they die? Yeah, that's exactly how these games work. That's how the Hollow Knight duology works so far. No, I know who Guima is, but I'm confused. What are you? Can you just rewrite your message? Because are you saying that if someone recorded your idol performance, like Guima doesn't steal the souls of people who are addicted to idols. He wants to take everyone's souls. It just happens to be that music blocks him off, so he can't do that. Question: would you rather have Dante's life or Virgil's? I'd rather have Dante's life. Virgil's life is where he thinks he's the best, then gets beaten by his brother, then decides to fight the strongest demon in the underworld, loses, gets possessed, gets beaten by his brother again, and then is just addicted and obsessed with proving he's stronger and always losing, to the point where he gets beaten by his son that he didn't even know he had. Damn it. A couple things. I was fighting for my life with a throat infection last week, so that was fun. I played the original Bioshock for the first time a few weeks ago, watched Tokopi's original Sin, and got very sad, and I've started the Witcher book series. 1, congratulations on starting the Witcher book series. I haven't even done that yet. 2, Bioshock is so good, honestly. Did you like it? Did you finish it? Let me know what you thought. 3, sorry about the throat infection, that sucks. And 4, I don't know Tokopi's original Sin. I don't know what that is. I'm obsessed with Witcher 3. I've been recently listening to the audiobooks for the original Thrawn trilogy from before Disney bought LucasArts. And I gotta say, I see now why people were upset that they canceled all of that story and said it's no longer canon. It's such a good story. And I highly recommend the audiobook version because the voice acting is really good. Like the guy who plays Han sounds like Han. Sorry, it's one guy. It's not a cast. But he does a good job with Han's voice, Lando's voice. Luke's voice is pretty close, but not quite there. He doesn't quite get Leia right, but it's close enough. Sorry, I'm mid-fight. Let's see. What else is there? That's not great, but not terrible. Oh my god, that is terrible. So anyways, yeah, the Thrawn trilogy is super good. The voice acting isn't good. They have sound effects going for laser blasts when you're in a ship, when they're flying through light speed. Like it feels like I'm listening to a movie. It's so good. I highly recommend it. Okay, but look at like this Zag. If you pick Virgil, you get a cool sword and a cool jacket and sick dad lore to tell your son. I get all that though with Dante too. So, also I prefer long swords over katanas. I don't think watching or recording the show would cause a person to lose their soul. The music just hypnotized them into walking into his mouth. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How about the books? Haven't read them. You're saying you're gonna buy the Witcher 3 books because it's on sale. But then I read that you want to read the books for the story to make sense. But then since I couldn't find a physical copy, I decided I'll wait till I've read the books. Fair enough. As much as I like Yamato, I personally won't want the Devil Sword Sparta. Same. I prefer the Devil Sword Sparta. I was wondering if someone could rewatch the song at any moment. Would that give Guima any type of influence over them? I don't think so. Because the point is that, you know, the demon hunters, the more popular they are, their magic is able to create that shroud to protect the world. Right? And so what the Saja boys do is they take away their popularity so their power isn't as powerful. So that way that shield they're making starts eroding. It's not that it's hypnotizing them at first. It does at the end, but that's because Guima is able to break through the barrier and start hypnotizing people through their music. The original songs aren't hypnotizing people. They're just popular songs. And Aaron does a good job getting up to speed. You'll be missing info from the previous games, including some character dynamics you experienced in Witcher 3. But for the most part, it's not hard to pick up what's going on in the world. My opinion, just coming from someone who just started Witcher 3. Took a minute to get used to switching between the plasmids and guns, but I love the game. Would you kindly? Yes, Would You Kindly is so good. I really want Claire to play those games because I've heard from some people they are a good baby's first FPS, and I might have her try them because the Would You Kindly is so good. Have you played the second one, and have you played Infinite yet? I like the story of Infinite. The world isn't as good, but the story is really, like, I really liked it. Which Star Wars audiobook is that again? It's a trilogy, so I'll tell you the first one. Sorry. You made me go on my phone, so now I'm getting distracted. The first book in the trilogy, I'll just tell you the full title so you can look it up. You can also just look up the Thrawn trilogy, but the first one is called Star Wars Heir to the Empire. The second one is Star Wars Dark Force Rising. And the third one is Star Wars The Last Command. The reason it's kind of hard is because the way they're put on Audible is Star Wars, Heir to the Empire. That one's pretty clear, easy to do. Then the second one is Star Wars, Dark Force Rising, the Thrawn Trilogy, Book 2. Then the third one is Star Wars, the Thrawn Trilogy, Book 3, The Last Command. I don't know who was writing the titles, but they just kept going wild with how they were going to do it. I think like 3 different people wrote the titles for those. So just start with Heir to the Empire. And if you don't like Heir to the Empire, you won't like the rest. But if you do, it's so good. And the way it starts isn't even from Luke or Leia or Han's perspective. It starts from a captain in the Imperial Army talking to Thrawn. And like immediately you're like, this guy's a good villain. I fucking love this guy. Like, I like Thrawn. Like the Emperor and Vader, cool as fucking cool characters. You don't really get to see how intelligent or powerful they are, except for you do get to see, well, you see how powerful Vader is. And you see how good at manipulating people the Emperor is. But Thrawn is like such a great villain. There's a reason he is so loved that they are now putting him into the new Disney Star Wars. Because he's too good a character not to. There's one who sit in me is a little dumb. The names of the clone characters. Clone characters. That's definitely fair, but to be honest, I could just pick it up. But there's something wrong with me that I need to read the books before playing it. It's not that there's something wrong with you. You just have a specific way you like doing it. You know, it's like people who prefer, they have to eat their steak with a certain sauce on it, or they have to make their mashed potatoes a certain way, or when you make a BLT, it has to have a certain ratio. You know, that's just who you are, and it's fine. I disagree with that living, but at least you admit it's like, oh, this is on me. And you don't blame others for not doing it this way. And then you also admit that because you are forcing yourself in this hole, if you get spoiled, it's on you. I assume, Yuki. Now, if you said, like, you can't talk about it until I've read the books, or until I've done this, that's kind of not fair because they've been around for multiple years at this point. Tokopi's original sin will fuck you up. It's a really short, only 4 episodes, but it's an intense drama that juxtapose some really dark themes with childlike octopus mascot thing. Oh, I know which one you're talking about. Yes, I have heard about that one. Yeah, that one's crazy. Where it's like supposed to be this happy kid alien, and then it's like, oh, real human emotions. Fuck, how do I deal with this? You always give off Virgil energy, plus Andrew is literally Dante. I disagree. I actually think I'm more of a Dante than Andrew is. I don't know how I'm giving out Virgil energy. I'm not trying to be better than anybody else. Like Andrew likes to make jokes, but I don't think he's quite as charismatic and good at quipping. And the other thing is Andrew can't let things go as easily. Like, you guys don't know this, but if Andrew has an opinion on something, he gets very defensive about it and very angry very easily. He can't just relax and go with the flow if something bothers him just a little bit. I think Andrew is more driven like Virgil than Dante, in my opinion. You played Infinite before the others? Interesting. What did you think of it? Second one is in my library. Just need to install, but I don't have too much time now that class is... I'm going to tell you, I liked the gameplay of the second game. The story is not as good as the original or as Infinite. But the gameplay is really solid. Yuki's a young buck finishing school. Well, he's in college. And I think he's... Yuki's courses, from what I can tell, take longer than the average 4-year courses do normally, unless you really push yourself. Because he's also planning to become a teacher. So he has extra schooling that he has to do for teacher studies, I believe. I understand they're not hypnotic until the end. I'm just saying that the people who still prefer the Saja Boys after the movie would that create a gap in the Honmoon. No, because they made it golden. They've made the golden Honmoon. So there would be a need to be a new group that erodes the Honmoon. That's how I took it. The clones of it's Jorah Sabaoth. Yes, and the other characters. I only know about Jorah Sabaoth where I'm at right now. They haven't gotten past Sabaoth. They've only just started talking about the clone stuff. Andrew gives off Virgil vibes. You got the nonchalant energy like Virgil. I wouldn't say Virgil is nonchalant. Virgil is very chalant. He's very much like, I'm going to do this thing, and anybody who stands in my way, I'm going to freaking kill him. Teacher's college. Got my undergrad. Yeah, that's it. Teacher's college. So yeah, he's doing some extra schooling that... so I wouldn't say Yuki's a young buck, but he's also not an old man. He's just... His schooling is going to take longer than the average person's. It's like a total of, 6 to 8 years of schooling for getting your undergrad and then also getting a teacher's college degree. Am I correct or incorrect in that? They didn't make it golden. They made a whole new whole moon. But then the new whole moon is golden, though, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't really matter. I still don't think playing a recording of it will wreck it, because what wrecked it wasn't necessarily that the Saja Boys were playing music. It's that it made the main singer and her friends feel like they weren't good enough, and because they felt like they weren't good enough, the Hone Moon isn't good enough. Because remember, once she realizes they are good enough and they're like a family and they really care about each other, then they bring it back with the power. The thing with Infinite is that my friend brought it for me as a gift when I was younger because he heard Bioshock was the greatest FPS. I wouldn't say it's the greatest FPS, but it's the best FPS series. Because, in my opinion, it hasn't been eroded yet. Like, every other FPS series has been, redone so many times that there's, one game in the series that everybody thinks is terrible, or just you could skip it, or it's a good example is Call of Duty. Call of Duty gets a new game every 2 to 3 years, and so a lot of it is slop. Bioshock still, even up to Infinite, has all of them are solid stories, solid kind of cool ideas about humanity and time travel and alternate dimensions and science fiction, and so it still does. All of them do a good job of still being the core of Bioshock so far. So I think it's the best FPS trilogy, to where there's not a single game in the series that is just universally 0 out of 10 terrible game sort of vibes. But there are other better single FPS games out there, I'm sure. For undergrad, 2 years. Okay, so I was right. 6 years. If I hated myself, I didn't want a social life. I could have done undergrad in 3 years, but alas. Not rushing yourself, unless you are really desperate or you're really, really smart. I think rushing school is always a bad idea. Because then you don't really... You don't really get to grow then. If you know what I mean. Like, you would never rush something important. You would never want to rush your friends, so why would you rush yourself, sort of thing. That's fine, that's fine. Oh, fuck. How did I not hit? Ah, this is a really hard boss. I liked it. I thought the vigors were cool. I remember thinking the skyhook was badass, just really bloody for 12-year-old me. The story was interesting, but the fuck was up with the ending? That's kind of the point. Do you want me to explain it to you, or do you want to watch a video? Because the video will explain it better than I can. I thankfully watched it in college, so I already understood the concepts when it came out. But I did watch a video anyways to kind of make sure I understood the ending. And I'd say spoilers, but this is a, what, 10-year-old game at this point? So anyone who's getting spoiled, that's on you. Let me... Perfect. Did I push the, I think I knocked it into the fire by accident. Fuck. Worth it, worth it. No, fuck. That was so close. You say Andrew's more driven and passionate. Wouldn't he be a Sith and you a Jedi? Are you the Obi-Wan to his Vader? Or we're both Sith. He has the power and I crave it. I crave the power. My only option about question about T100s is that how the hell do they turn it from midnight to daytime? I'm confused. What do you mean? Explain. When did it... Wait. When did they... What? Am I not remembering something? Can somebody explain what he's talking about? Because I haven't... I mean, they just wait. They just wait. That's how. Running in with a slightly more developed brain, see if I can piece it together myself. Okay, so you want me to wait. But I want to talk about the ending to Infinite, because it's so cool. Nah, that's fine. I know if I play the ending to Infinite... if I have Claire play Infinite, it's going to fuck her up. She's going to be like, what? Because she doesn't really understand multiverse theory. I'm not saying she can't, but she's never, like, been a super nerd. Like, she knows about the multiverse from Avengers. Well, that was a waste. Okay, good. Damn it! Terminape, how dare you be late? You must give up 5 billion of your scales for your late fee. So Andrew's a Sith Lord and you're the apprentice? Yes, until I kill him and take the power myself. When the Saja sitting in your idol, it was midnight, and during what it sounds like Huntrix made it daytime after recreating the whole moon. I'm just going to say time went by. That's all I'm going to say. To be fair, the Avengers multiverse is probably the most commonly known one nowadays. That is true. That is true. I've just always been interested in multiverse theory ever since I was like 16. Because I'm a big fucking nerd. So by the time I played Infinite, I was like, oh, okay. I get it. There's also a DLC for Infinite that kind of helps explain it a little bit better, but not much. Oh my god, I messed that up. No, so that is part of multiverse theory. So multiverse theory is the idea that there are infinite variations of the universe. And every decision that you have made creates a parallel timeline. So if you're walking down the street and you decide to go right, that creates a parallel timeline to the one where you decide to go left, which creates a parallel timeline to the one where you decide to go straight, to the one where you decide to go back, and the one that you decide to stand still. So it creates 5 branching timelines from that decision. And eventually, it goes so far off that, like, because decisions have been completely altered by every single human being and every single alien and, you know, random meteor and star being created or star dying, that there are different variations where humans have feet for hands or have 2 noses, or there are no humans, you know. That's what multiverse theory kind of is. Our nation of multiverse theory came from Transformers. Interesting one for it to come from. Neat. I don't remember where my multiverse theory first came from. I think it just came from science class in like high school or middle school. And I was like, that sounds really cool. Multiverse theory is pretty interesting when we get down to it. Branching pathways, there's always the question of what's enough to make a branch. Exactly, yeah. It gets really confusing, and realistically, multiverse theory is only true to a point. There cannot be... There's no way... Like, it's either true that there are infinite multiverses with minute adjustments, or maybe it's just that there are ones with, like, only the ones with large, huge changes, or there's only just the one universe. Which is unlikely. It's likely that there are more universes, but it's hard to say. Or maybe it's more like original Marvel Comics, where this is the second universe, where the universe gets reset every X trillions of years. You know what I'm interested in but not excited for? The Mando and Grogu movie. Like, I like both those characters, and I like season 1 and 2 of that show. But I'm not really excited for the movie. It looks really generic from the trailers. Okay. I attacked. I haven't played multiple series in the original Justice League Crisis on 2 Earths. Mainly because Owlman's whole fascination with it made you fascinated. No, honestly, that's where a lot of people got their first explanation of multiverse theory. And it's a really good one, and it's really cool. I really do. Crisis on 2 Earths is a really good film, even after, like, 20 years. What's the plot of this game? We got captured by some people. We want to find out why. There's a mysterious power controlling people. We are somehow connected to that power. We're trying to get to the top to find out who's controlling people. Transformers basically just use multiverse theory to justify crossing over between all the different iterations of the series. Oh, every show does that. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles did that. Digimon did that. Pokemon's done that, but it wasn't for that reason. They just had multiverse stuff. Yeah, pretty much every series has done it. I can't wait to see buff Jabba's son. Is that Jabba the Hutt's son, or is that just another Hutt? It is unscientific to comment on the existence or non-existence of multi-universes. So while I find it fascinating, it's more of a toy model to ponder than anything. That is true. That is true. I don't use it as scientific fact. This is just my belief. And we don't even know the full extent of the universe. We know to exist. One thing I think we have had proven in theory, is that the universe does have an end. It is not unlimited. It has a limit. But the thing is, the limit expands constantly. So we don't know when it will stop. Eventually, we'll stop expanding. I think, if I remember correctly. Deathstroke is president in that? I don't remember Deathstroke being president in that. That is kind of funny, but also kind of believable. What I love about Owlman is when, you see the Injustice League. Or the Injustice League. Yeah, the Injustice League. And you see all of them. It's evil Clark, evil Diana, right? But then Batman isn't even evil Bruce Wayne. Like, they can't make it evil Bruce Wayne. Owlman is Bruce Wayne's brother in a universe where his parents and brother were killed, so he went insane. It's so funny. Like, they can't make Bruce Wayne evil. They can make Clark evil, but not Bruce Wayne. Which is ironic. Because he's like the most good out of all of them. Stupid savage police. Oh my god. Yeah, that's fine. Are you talking about the Crime Syndicate? Yes, the Crime Syndicate. Oh, I always forget their names because there's the Unjustice League, the Injustice League, the Crime Syndicate. Crime Syndicate and Superwoman. It's not Diana. She's Lois Lane. Let me double check that because that's not what I've heard my whole life. I really gotta just keep a page open because I keep checking stuff on here. Mm-hmm. Huh, I always thought it was Diana. So it depends on which version, from what I can tell. So there are versions where Crime Syndicate Superwoman is Lois Lane, and there are other versions where it's Diana. So maybe in the movie it was the Lois Lane version. I'm seeing like conflicting things. Let's see. Yeah, so it looks like it depends on who's writing her at the time, basically. Which is pretty typical of comic books, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's what they taught you in your class, but in my cosmology class, the current understanding was that the universe might have an edge, or it might just be completely infinite and expanding, or it could be closed like a sphere. Yeah, I've heard all three of those. I've heard like the one that's gotten the, I shouldn't say is canonically proven or scientifically proven, but closest to being proven is that there is an extent to our universe. Like it doesn't go on infinitely. There is an edge. We just don't know where that edge is yet. I think. I might be wrong. Granted, the observable universe has an edge. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Early Transformers had some characters that were considered multiversal constant Primus and a Unicron, among others, were always the same in every version. Yeah, that's kind of like, what's her name? Scarlet Witch in Marvel Comics. I don't know if you answered the question because an ad popped up. Have you seen Vampire Hunter D? Never. I don't know what that is, so no. I like to think Lois Lane, the Crime Syndicate, has always been a messy history. I actually prefer it being Diana. It being Lois Lane makes less sense to me. So, I just prefer it being Diana. Because otherwise it's another one where it's like, we can't make this character evil, but we can make these other ones evil. Like, I know the Flash isn't Barry Allen because he's Johnny Quick, but we've made the Flash evil before. And we've made Diana evil, too, in the Injustice comics. I also love how Owlman's performance is crazy to see James Wood take such a drastically dark role, especially he had just done Hades in the Hercules movie. That is true. That is James Wood right after that. James Wood is a treasure. Give me some Blackest Night stuff. I want to see the Black Lanterns. I mean, there is the TV show coming out called Lanterns, so if you want them to do it, watch Lanterns. Especially since it's going to be Hal Jordan, Green Lantern, and what's his name? I always forget his name. Who's the Green Lantern from the Justice League TV show? The one who was an American Marine. He's an engineer. The one who dates Hawk Girl. James something? Okay, I think I might be able to get this. Oh, no, nope, that was bad. We did it, chat! Holy, we did it! Let's go! Oh my, holy squawkamole, that took forever. That was a rough one, chat. Okay, let's get rid of that. We don't need that no more. Oh, so glad to be done. Yep, this is the way. This is the way. Okay, I think I just go up this way. John Stewart, yes. Yes, John Stewart. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, watch the Lantern show. It's Green Lantern, Hal Jordan, and Yellow Lantern, John Stewart. Based on the advertising. So if you want them to do Blackest Night stuff, you gotta watch the show Lanterns. Especially when I remember the 30 sheet, the one that has the least iconic stories. The Trinity? Oh, yeah, true. I mean, she has some iconic stories, but not that many. Energy, the Dark Hand, the anime. Interesting. I might look into it, but I probably won't. And Crimson doesn't have Wonder Woman. They have an adult Mary Watson calling herself Superwoman. Yeah, I know it's Superwoman, and it's either Lois Lane or Diana Prince. It depends on which version they're writing. Sup, bud? Okay, let's go back to Bone Bottom. All right, I need to bring. Oh, it's at Bellheart. Okay, so next, Silver Bells. We'll just go to Bellheart. What time is it? 6:40. Bellheart. It's not Lois Lane or Wonder Woman. It's Mary Beth, female Shazam. Wait, oh, you're talking about Shazam? Wait, I'm confused. The Crime Syndicate does have Superwoman. That is not a Shazam character. That is supposed to be a Wonder Woman counterpart. Like, you literally look her up. Crime Syndicate. Superwoman. There's no version that I see. Like, if you go to the wiki, it even says it's Diane or Lois Lane. So it's Diana Prince or Lois Lane. There's nowhere that it says that it's the evil Mary Watson or female Shazam. Let's look up. Where are you seeing that? Because I've never read that to be true in any Crime Syndicate comic. And again, literally, you go to the Wikipedia page, and you go to alter ego, Diana/Lois Lane. So I don't know where you're seeing Mary Batson. Oh, that's the version in... Okay, so it's in... Huh. Okay, so that looks like maybe... That's weird. So only in the movie version is it Mary Batson. Because that's what I'm thinking, yeah, in the movie version. But in every other version, it's not. Fucking comment. You know what? I'm going to move on from this conversation. I'm not going to talk to anybody about this anymore because this shit is confusing as fuck. So you believe you have your headcanon, I have my headcanon. I'm just going to say it's Diana Prince in every version, regardless if that's true. Ooh, nice. We got a mask piece. Can I even get 400? Yeah. Sure. Why not? Wish granted. What will this give me? Well, I see how it is. Okay, so let's get the silver bells. I know who Mary Batson is. You don't have to remind me. Superman is weak to blue kryptonite, while Superman is stronger with blue kryptonite. Yeah, it's like the Bizarro effect. I like how the Joker in the universe has a hero. He's a hero, just has a thing for clowns. He's using Superman for a number of characters. Not finding any examples of Mary Batson using the name though. If you just type here, I'll post the link. It's on a fandom wiki. What just happened? Did the TV just turn off? Yeah, give it a minute, chat, to reconnect. You're gonna hear my Discord startup sound. Oh, never mind. I'll post it in the. I'll post the 2 versions I found. Cause this shit is annoying. So there's the fan wiki, which is usually pretty true. And then there's the Wikipedia wiki, which is also usually pretty true. So just one of those things where it's confusing as fuck. Okay, so I posted them both in the general chat. Poo. I mean, they do technically have a Wonder Woman, but she's Roman, not Greek. This is why manga is better in the aspect lol. It ain't confusing. You start at chapter 1 and you keep going. That is true, because manga are meant to be. That is the problem with comic books, is that they don't have the confidence to start a new comic book and let that be its own thing. They have to constantly keep doing the same comics because they're so scared that their audience won't come back. I think if DC and Marvel started doing what Shonen Jump does, where if you can pitch a new comic book to them, they will start trying to publish it weekly. And if it does well, they'll keep publishing it every week, like One Piece, Naruto, Bleach. But if it doesn't, then they stop publishing it, kind of like Zatch Bell. Well, they did finish publishing Zatch Bell. And you might say, oh, but then they're going to make all these new creators have horrible deadlines. They already do that. Comic books already have really strict deadlines. So all it would do is give us new comics. That's the only difference it would make. And we would finally get to move on from Batman and Superman. I love Batman and Superman, don't get me wrong. But there are way too many goddamn stories with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern, Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, the Hulk. Like, I love these characters. They're great characters. But I want us to move on. And they can't fully move on from them because they're so scared that if they, that if they don't have a Batman comic every week, they won't make their dollars. I was looking at Wikipedia. There's a page just for the crime scene against Superman. Then there's another page basically listing all the characters who've been called Superman over the. Let's just say it's confusing as flapjacks. Okay, so what do I have to do? Look for silver barrels in the Belvane tunnels above and below Belhar. How did I get down there before? Have I? Your skills are impressive. My needle sings from your care. I was asked, can the blade be honed further? You seek further sharpening, further than Pliny does provide. Impertinence, but maybe, but no.
That's fine.
You hesitate. Then it is possible. Are you capable? Should I seek others within the kingdom? Wait, yes, seek not others, but in oil, fabled and fine. With it, the citadel once brought gleaming edge and point to its pins. The citadel's pin masters are long past. Some small store of that miraculous elixir may remain within its halls. Wherever emerged meager drop pilfered and gifted upon Pliny, your blade could shine brighter still. Just know, dear friend, the veiled bugs would be oh so unkind to the thief who'd claim that fine prize for themselves. I will find the oil pinmaster. My name has seen much use in this cruel kingdom, and I suspect many more battles are due. I will value your further skills upon my blade. It is a dangerous wish you accept of this poor pinmaster. I really hope this one's professional desire does not cost you your life. Oh, hey, it's our friend. A Voshanka child wielding needle. The heart home is cut free of its curse. Tell me, what is your... It is your blade brought its savings. My shock would be great if another here managed to feed. I slew a tall creature above the town. A weaver, I suspect. Though one twisted in purpose. By voice and claw it aided, perhaps guided the thread that strung the town. Weaver, those vicious old things. To our young, we tell the tales, but had thought them long dead. Only corpses bound in spires. This one still lived. Though if it was a weaver, it was broken in a savage way. Its own silk was bound, pinned deep within its shell. A cruel punishment I've not before witnessed. Even broken, my envy remains. A weaver's fabled skills. To meet one in combat means great challenge and great pride in victory. Okay, let's try going above, I guess. You have to find the silver bells. This looks like a door. Possible door, at least. In the bell vein tunnels above and below. Okay. Maybe I have to kill these things? Ah, here's one. Okay, so I don't need to kill them. But it makes things easier. Let's go down first. Is that humming Claire, or is that in the game? Okay, we found how many of these now? 3. Oops. Yeah, that's fine. What is this? This is an interesting platform. Also, enemies seem to spawn much faster here. Okay, the question now is how do I get down? Below Bellheart. Oh wait, I see how. I see how. I see how. I'm glad I finished that. Perhaps not. Oh, is it perhaps this? I have to go through there in the mirror. Well, actually, let's check. Haha! I've done it, chat. I am a genius. First rule of Hollow Knight Silksong. Smash walls. Second rule of Hollow Knight Silksong. Don't die. The noise from above has returned. That pitiful clamor. The threads have been cut. You! It was you who cut them down. Do not deny it. Why should I deny it, sir? I severed the thread and defeated the creature guiding the curse upon the town. Are you displeased? Displeased! If I breathe, if I live, I am displeased. Only the dead are satisfied. You are a slave and a nuisance. Begone. Well, hello there. We found another one, chat. Ah, a way down. There's gonna be a boss over there. Okay, there's two more to find. Okay, we're not a boss. But there is a butt wipe. I want to make sure I didn't... There was one more I almost missed. It's nice that you can hear when they're nearby. You can hear like a shining sound. Oh, we got them all. Now we explore for fun. And we try not to die. Just checking. took way more damage than I needed to. Okay, so we have been. We have been here, but we haven't been down there. Whoo! Well, that's such a bait. Check this way first. Wait, is that where it came from? The answer to that question is no. Or maybe yes. Okay, so I have been over here, I think. New area. Oh. I was right. That does lead to there. But it's not the way I need to go. Okay, so we're going to go down here first to heal up. I am going as wrong way. This has bench? Yes. Do we try our hand at the game, guys? Do we gamba? Do we finish Hitman Reborn? No, we did not finish Reborn, because My Hero came out and then we kind of both lost interest in it. And maybe we will eventually. I was talking about comic strip, made me want to check MJ Watson's Marvel wiki page and see if she's gotten up to anything new. So far, it seems she's still Venom. Oh, she's Venom still. Cool. Neat. Don't care. Crown City went on with War Woman, and she had a Angelique Hawk Girl were killed when Jester sacrificed himself so Lex could escape. Interesting. Did you knew the Skylanders figures from YouTube? I don't follow Skylanders news, so no. I didn't know they were making new ones. I thought that was dead. Like the other day, how would the world be if there was no copyright or intellectual properties? I think it would be way worse than there being copyright and intellectual properties, because then you would have so many shitty interpretations of a bunch of people's characters, and there would be people would I think it would actually lessen creativity, because people would then just make Pokemon spin-offs that just use Pokemon over and over again. You would just get the same Marvel stories over and over again with the same characters. You get I don't think we would have as many new series if there was no copyright or intellectual property, because what that does is it forces creatives to make their own versions of things that are unique and separate, and that's what makes them good, is that they're different. Imagine if every single creature capture was Pokemon. Digimon is Pokemon. Yu-Gi-Oh was Pokemon. Every anime where it's a person using other stuff, it would just be Pokemon in some way. Imagine that. Imagine how boring that would be. We wouldn't have Blue Eyes White Dragon. We wouldn't have Agumon. We'd just have Pikachu and Squirtle and Bulbasaur and Charmander over and over and over again. There would be no creativity. There would be no challenge. And you could say oh, but someone could make a really good story based in this universe and nobody could take it away. Sure, someone could, but there are also a lot of shitty versions of fan stuff. Look at the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. No one is saying that cinematic masterpiece. It exists and it's fun. I'm glad it exists because it's fun, but it's not a good story. Okay, look at all the fanfic out there. Like, look at the shitty fanfic that's out there. We would have way more of that than all the good stuff we have now. Tool rules is too many. True. So I honestly think that it's better that we have copyright and intellectual properties. Do companies use it in the worst way possible sometimes? Yes, I agree. Sometimes companies are terrible when it comes to IP. But also, sometimes they do some pretty good stuff. Have you seen the cute meme where Spider-Man has Hornet as a symbol on his chest and Hornet has a spiderweb design on her cloak? I have not seen that. Sounds so good right now, Crimson. Wait, what? Loki want a vanilla cake with strawberry filling and peanut butter flavored buttercream. Do not really like vanilla cake. Don't like strawberry anything. I like strawberries okay, but I don't like strawberry filling. I don't like strawberries on cake. I don't like strawberry flavored stuff. So that sounds terrible to me. I hate that. And I don't really need the only filling I like in cake is ice cream. Let's go, Gamba, dang it. All right. Okay, we gotta hit her 15 times without. Damn it. Ah, I messed up. Okay, we try again. We're gambaing our money away, chat. It's the only way to do this. That's bad. Oh, she moved. Okay, I should have waited. Okay, we got pretty close that time. Alright, what's everyone's opinion on white macadamia cookies? They're pretty good. I prefer chocolate chip. Chocolate chip is just better. Chocolate chip is the #1 cookie because it is the best. Anyone who says otherwise is just wrong. It's okay. It's okay to be wrong. But you have to make it wrong. Okay, that was my bad. Damn it. Okay, well, we're out of money. What were we doing again? Oh, right, we have a quest in Belhart. Oh, wait. We should leave a marker for... Red marker means needle guy. That's what that means. Oh, hello. Wait, we can gamba again. Chat, we can gamba again. Let's fucking go. Back to the gamba. We have 2 more chances. That was bad. Oh, we did it! Woo! Let's go, chat. Hola, hola. That is it then. Our lady has struck the target 15 times. A beautiful victory. Hopefully you enjoyed yourself. A little levity is a balm in these troubled times, don't you think? And I thought such game is best saved for times of peace, but perhaps there's truth in what you say. And now that I have bested your challenge, you will produce the prize I have earned? Oh, of course. I see you have a tool pouch of your own there, full of bursting with baubles and trinkets, no doubt. I'll fit another pocket onto it, so you can carry even more tools and shards with you. A fair prize, wouldn't you say? Yes! Yes! Does this mean I can carry, more? Yes, we can carry more shards. That's poggerific, bros. Okay, we wanna go to fast travel. Okay, I gotta say, I like this energy drink. Tastes good. Still an energy drink, so I think it's giving me a little too much. It's giving me a little bit of jitters, but not as bad as like a Monster or a Red Bull. It's a little bit softer, right? Not really a cookie person. I prefer tarts. Nah, cookies are better. You're right. That is really cute. What are tarts? What is a tart? I've seen them. I've tried them. I don't know how to... it's more of a flaky kind of... It's closer to like a fruit pie sort of thing. See, that's why I don't like them. I don't really like fruits as a dessert. I also don't like fruits mixed together. I like them separate, and I prefer vegetables over fruits. Like, I like strawberries, okay. I like watermelon. I like cantaloupe. I like melons. I'm okay with grapefruit. I can eat bananas, but I'm not a huge fan. I like apples, green apples the most. Red apples can be pretty good too sometimes. Other than that, I'm not a fruit guy. So yeah, I'm not really, so that's why I don't like tarts. They kind of look gross to me. White chocolate macadamia is good, but I prefer real proper chocolate with, you know, actual cocoa solids. That's true. Actual cocoa solids are good. Okay, let's see what's in the mems. Le mems. Ah, it's a whole video. The picture is cute though. I think I have seen that before. By the way, did you guys see the post, today's YouTube post on the Den's channel? Now I want shards again. Money is more valuable, but I do want shards again. Thankfully, shards is the easier one to get, because every enemy drops shards. Whereas for the rosaries, only certain enemies drop those. But it is easy to find enemies that do as you get later into the game, so it's not a big deal for us right now. I think like about half of the enemies, like these guys, will drop them. But shards are just more valuable for us right now. Just saving. Bellheart. The Empire recognizes butter tart because it's true and proper Canadian invention. True. North American invention it is. You know, there's half of the sugar of a can of Coke in a Red Bull. Yes, that is true. It has less sugar, but it has that one chemical that's used for energy drinks, which is pretty bad for you. They kind of look like pie. They look tasty. They do not look tasty to me, but I'm glad you enjoy it. I like lemon and raspberry tarts. I love fruits, so good man. Personally preferable to pomegranate myself. What are you, a goat? I like green and red grapes, pink lady apples, and peaches. No thanks. All that just sounds like a roast to me. Saw the post, but I've always wondered something. You're more active here on the den channel than your main. Why is that? Because my main channel was originally going to be a channel where I made content, like stuff I wanted to talk about, and I posted it there. And my depression and anxiety and my ADHD kept getting in the way of me making that content, and I liked streaming. Streaming was so much easier for me to learn, to do, and set up and build for that. And so I was streaming, and then I would post it on my main channel, and I was like, I think I should just have a channel for posting the streams. So I made Zagard VODs. And then I realized it would be better just multi-stream. That way I don't have to remember to upload the videos and make a thumbnail. If I do that beforehand and then I start streaming, it just, excuse me, auto-uploads it to YouTube so people can find it easily. And then if I want to edit it, I can just download it. I don't have to have it saved and taking up space on my computer. And then if I don't upload it, I get depressed. That's annoying me. If I like forget to upload, it's like, oh my god, you forgot to do it, and then you get depressed, and then I rush, and then I upload a bunch all at once. This way, when I stream it, it gets uploaded. It's auto-uploaded. And then this channel started growing way more than the other one. Like if you look at the subscriber count, this one's more than double the other subscriber count, or nearly double the subscriber count. I can't remember exactly how many I have. And so because this one started growing, I started focusing on it more. And then I changed it from Zagard's VOD to Zagard's Den to make it more of a channel. And so now this is kind of my main channel, and the other one's just the one I use for watching content and stuff. Maybe I'll post random stuff there once I get big enough and I can hire a bunch of editors to just edit all my videos, and I can just make a bunch of videos. But that is something I have to work towards, and it's going to take me some time. Oh, we got a rosary. That's nice. What do you have for me, by the way?
Hello, Meg.
Again, fancy bugling, something special before your task whisk you away. Spool fragment, memory locket. As intriguing as this, supposed to improve a bug's natural healing ability to heal. Can say I felt the effect myself, but then I keep more healthy than most. Okay, so this stuff could all be really useful. I would need, let's see, 1,350 plus another 380, 1,680 to get everything, if I am correct. Wait, no. Okay, so 1,000 plus 300. Okay. Then that's plus another 140. 1,480. Okay, so I need 1,480. I'm not anywhere close, but that's good to know. Okay. How close are we to... Ooh, we could get an upgrade if we focus on that. So let's try to get 270 right now. You seem hard at work, good bug. Are you a hunter of sorts? Of a simpler sort, eh? I am a pond catcher on these parts. The last remaining, in fact. Us few bellhearters are badly needing for fresh food, so my lone shells carry quite the responsibility. At least Shellwood's pond's still full of good meat, especially if you aim with a long pin as good as mine. Ooh, wait. There's still more to explore, it looks like. Huh. Okay. So there's some areas that we still need to explore. For now, let's go up to the coral chambers. We can get a lot of rosaries if we go that way. Charlotte, thank you for your violent contributions. Our little town's starting to feel like its old self again. Homes have been hoisted and the squares shine. Seen the changes myself, Pavo. It is pleasing to hear my country's own not in vain. Indeed, your generous your guide for others. We've only one thing now sorely missing. Bugs. What is a town without its residents? Age, scarcity, deadly thread. Bellheart is beset by endless ills. Now there's just us remaining few as you've met. I can hear no efforts as one of the small steps to solving the problem. I have decreed a grand gift should be given. A bell home of your very own. Place to reflect. and a bed to land. It's hanging up there at the top besides our good pin master. I have no plans to settle Pablo, but for now, my task in Farland remains. While it does, a residence may prove useful. Of course, your fortitude inspires us all. And if trouble ever descends anew, it surely won't hurt to have a resident warrior close at claw. I have my own house. That's neat. Okay, what's the quickest way to get up here? We'll take the Grand Hallway. Or Grand Bellway. I saw the post, but I was wondering something you're more. Oh, yeah. Do goats like pomegranates? Did I miss a memo or something? I used to have goats, and apparently goats really love pomegranates. It's like one of their favorite foods. I need to try monster. No, don't do it. You have so much to live for. Pink lady apples have a slight natural fuzziness to them. Ooh, not a fan. I've always liked when you talk about One Piece. You ever think about using that channel to talk about the One Piece and other stuff like that? Maybe, but I'm not a huge One Piece YouTuber. And while I do love One Piece, and it is my favorite anime manga right now, I think I'd rather like start talking about gaming news, and I'm thinking of maybe just editing down these videos where I talk about stuff into separate videos each week and posting those on like Thursday or the weekends to bring channel growth, you know? Trick question. What is 500 divided by half plus 50? The answer is not 300. What is 500 divided by half? Okay, that's 250. Well, isn't 500 divided by a half 500 times 2? So wouldn't that be 1050? No, wait. I should turn my main channel into a podcast. I've thought about that before with Claire. Maybe I'll do that with Andrew or something. Well, I could consider it. Once I want the channel to grow first, and I want us to have consistent viewership on every stream, to where I can start making more money and more content for people. And there's some things I really want to do one day. Like, I kind of want to make a game show in the style of Running Man. If you've ever seen the Running Man Korean variety show, but with streamers, I think would be really cool. Of course, I have a lot of work to get there. Have I never been in here? Great bugs, you who weep as your kingdom fades, join me upon the stage. Together we shall inflame the passion of Farloon. Okay, it looks like I need to find a way from below. Wait. This is a different area. Oh. Ooh, that is fascinating. Okay. Nope. Okay. Ba boo ba boo ba ba boo ba boo. Maybe it's once we come from here and we go down. That's my guess. Or maybe it's we go through here. Wanted to get rid of that guy as soon as I could. There's something suspicious about this. Ah. Okay, I'm not gonna risk it. I really want those shards because there's a few things that, well, there's that one quest where we need the 440 shards. Yeah, clearly maybe that goes there. Trying to think, is there a way to delay hitting that? Come on. Okay. Hmm. How about you come over here so I can fight you? You bastardo. I wonder if there's a way to get up there. Yeah, I'm not fighting those two things. Oh. Oh, new quests. Building up Songclave, donate 300. So don't sit defenseless no more when the worst comes. Must stand ready. Bring us pins to acquire bugs. Those weights still sharp and strong. Okay, okay. The wandering merchant. The old merchant pilgrim Jubilina was seen wandering down the coral chambers, but she never made it up here. Has some foul fortune befallen her? Okay. What's in here again? Right, the first shrine. Okay, so now we have some new quests. Hunt pinwielding choir bugs of the Citadel. What are we hunting? Oh, okay, so just the enemies that got it. Nope. That is not what they want, but that's fine. Wait, oh, I'm dumb. I know how we can go through. Holy, how did I never figure this out? Okay, no respawn, guys. Good to know. Okay. So it's the first, the way down. Yes, this is where we go. Okay, we turn it sideways. Okay, you we want to kill. Oh, you bastard. Come here, come here. I don't want you to drop it somewhere where I can't get to it. Come on. Okay, we got one. Why did I suddenly start moving so slow? So what we need to do is, now that we've set this to go long ways, we just go up, down, to the right. Can't believe I never figured that out before. Then again, if we're being 100% honest, I wasn't really looking. Because my brain is deadka. I wasn't gonna risk it. Wait, this is a tube, isn't it? Or maybe it isn't. Oh, it was the key to the tubes, that's right. Okay, so we have to go around to open that up. Didn't need to do that. I'm probably fine, but or should say I would have been fine. What? Alright, that time I got you baited. I messed up there. Okay, that time I just killed myself. Hi, Hades. How you been? Are you famous? Are you gonna remember us, or are you gonna go all Hollywood? I'm gonna go all Hollywood. I'm gonna inject myself with Hollywood stuff, with the Hollywoodisms. He'll remember us for sure. I don't even know who you are. I wish we could use the XP points for something. XP points. Which XP points? What XP points are we talking about? Because I might be able to find a use for them. If you're talking about the stream elements points, there are uses for them. Mainly for keyblades of sauces. I got too ambitious. Okay. Keep it calm. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking you. I got really sick and couldn't stream for 2 weeks because my throat was freaking dead. So that was fun. No! Oh, I'm messing up chat. We gotta calm down. I might need to get another snack to calm my brain, or I might have to stop soon because it's close to dinner time, I'm pretty sure. I don't need to jump that high. This is the easy part, too, of this puzzle, I'm sure. Oh, thank God. Okay. We've created one shortcut. Huh? Ooh, new area. That's fine. We're fine. How long are you planning on streaming, Zagard? Till it gets probably until we get to a new stopping point. Like 6 points on YouTube for watching the stream. Oh yeah, well those only last. That's true. I'm gonna look up and see if there is a use for them, but I think the only point of them is that because they reset each stream, so it's just to show who's the top chatter right now. I can't wait to see Andrew's soul leave his body. I love Andrew, but I also want to see all hope die in his eyes. Fair enough. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it happened. You know, it's life. I'm fine now. Keyblades of sauces with randomizer on. I don't want to do that yet. Maybe one day. I kind of want... Part of the reason I'm doing this as it is now is because I want to just play the Kingdom Hearts series again. But I wanted to make it more entertaining than just playing it, you know? Because plenty of people have streamed Kingdom Hearts. But how many of them have streamed it with a hot sauce challenge? There we go, chat. Is this a new boss? Oh, almost definitely. Yep, new boss. Or just a gauntlet. Okay. That one will be the most annoying. This one will be the least annoying, but it's good to get rid of now. These guys are really only annoying if they're platforms, so since it's one open space. Again, these guys are mostly annoying if there's platforms that you have to jump around on. Wow, that was easy. That was the best gauntlet we've done so far, chat. Holy squawkamole. I feel like I'm actually getting good at the game now. Whispering Vaults. I knew this was a new area. Okay, let's fight the big guy. We should not have fought the big guy. I did it, chat. I'm a god. Okay, didn't need to fight him, but it was good learnage. Another thrower. Oh my god. That was close. But we did it. We did it, chat. Interesting. A sign. Oh, this leads to, I think, the person we need to kill. Or find. Okay, that'll open up a shortcut for us. And a way to a new path, it seems. Is that all that's here? Is a silk eater? Oh my god! It's another one of these guys. What a waste of silk. I just reached 100,000 dragon scales. We're never redeeming pro sad. That's true. You will never redeem it. Truthfully, I was wondering, hey, why hasn't Zagard been live as much? Now I know. Yeah, it's because I got sick and my throat was dead. Like, literally, it wasn't even like a flu or something. It was just my throat was so dry and raspy. Like, this was when I would feel fine, and the moment I start talking, it would feel like I'm talking like this. But it would be even it was like really hoarse and painful. So I had to rest my voice. It was really bad. It's gotten a lot better, but it's still not great. You can probably still hear some kind of lingering stuff. Because there is still some lingering phlegm. And I still cough from time to time, but it's not too bad. It's just a cough. And it's worse when I, like, inhale real sharply. Like, I go... See, it starts making me cough. Or if I'm lying down for extended periods. That's when it gets real bad. But other than that, it's pretty much fine. I do not like these guys. They take a lot to kill. And they follow you around. Not like a whole lot, but like a lot for what they are. They also don't give much. I really like this new area so far. I fucked up. Here I was thinking Papa Zagard no longer loved us. I mean, I wasn't gonna say anything, but... Damn, that's far away as fuck. I don't want to lose all that I've built up. Oh my god. So I might use my my items to get it back. No. Does this have a... Nothing I can use? Oh, interesting. Okay. I will come back here later to check that. Okay, play it safe. We don't have to fight these guys. I should be fine here. Okay, this area should have... Yes, okay. At least it's easy enough to get to myself. Okay, we killed him. Sweet. That'll give us a fast way up. Or maybe we don't want that yet. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Okay, so we don't want this here yet. The lack of music disturbs me, but... Nope, that doesn't work. Aha! Hey, we did it. Hey, we got the oil. Nice. Okay, let's fast travel back and then we'll. Oh my. Actually, this will help progress another quest. Okay, it's still here. What is this tracking? Okay, let's see what this is tracking. There's gonna be, yep. Yes. Soon, yes. Did you just debate me to go backwards? No, all that work for nothing. Okay, we'll have to come back to that. We'll have to come back to that. Okay. Yeah, it looks like I gotta end because Claire's getting hungry, which is fair. It is 8 o'clock. Holy, it is a lot later than I realized. Man, this was a very worthwhile stream. Let me just end the game. And then we will end the stream now. Thank you all for joining us. We will see you all on Wednesday for Keyblades of Sauces, Kingdom Hearts 2. So get excited for that. Get your posts ready, your points ready. Is that right now Jin's or Dante's? Jin? Like Jin Sakai? He doesn't have any powers. Running Ginger Tea and praying to our Lord and Savior. Lightning Queen cures ailments. Well, Ginger Tea does help with your throat. I like Mishima Lightning plus Karate Devil Power. Sounds cool. That's fair. Have a good night. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Sleep well. Yes, don't forget, we will see you back for Keyblades of Sauces on Wednesday. Join us then. Then on Friday, some more Silksong probably. And until then, stay safe, stay smart, stay healthy, be thankful for everything and everyone in your life. And the number one rule here at the Dragon's Den, don't believe in yourself.
Believe in me.
Believe in you. Bye-bye. Chat.